Declare the meeting open and thank you very much for your attendance. I'll begin today by acknowledging the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on, the Western Waka Waka, the Gibel and the Jarrawa peoples, and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge and the rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's first people. Also acknowledge the Bigambul people who are in my particular area of the Toowoomba Regional Council area at past Mulmerran and beyond, and I thank them very much for looking after the land as they have for so many thousands of years. This meeting, of course, is not only open to the public, but it is live streamed, and I acknowledge all those who are watching the July meeting of the Toowoomba Regional Council in 2020 on our live stream. Attendance today, we have an apology from, we note a leave of absence. It's been confirmed by this council for Councillor Summerfield. There is, in terms of the next one, Councillor O'Shea, you are applying for a leave of absence.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I need to move a motion that I need to apply for a leave of absence from the special meeting of council, which may be scheduled on the 26th of August 2020.
Would someone like to move that it be granted a leave of absence? Councillor Von Hoff has moved. Councillor McMahon has seconded that. Those in favour? Councillor O'Shea has been granted leave of absence. Can I also recognise our staff who are all here in the press gallery, and I guess today it's a fairly full meeting and we will discuss a range of matters, and we look forward to the discussion that will follow.
Mr. Chair.
Councillor Carl.
Mr. Chair, may I also raise a request for possible leave of absence ending the special meeting going ahead on the 5th of August, Wednesday the 5th of August. So I won't be here just in case that does go ahead.
Okay. You require a motion on that? Be granted leave of absence if required on that particular date. Councillor McDonald and O'Shea. Those in favour? Carried. Anybody else potentially requesting any leave of absence? Move then to item 3, which is the confirmation of the minutes. Firstly, item 3.1, which is the special meeting of council held on the 10th of June 2020. Someone like to move confirmation of those minutes, please? Councillors O'Hara-Sullivan and O'Shea. Those in favour? That is carried. Item 3.2, which is a special meeting of council on the 15th of June 2020. Do I have a mover? Those minutes. Councillor Melissa Taylor, a seconder please. Councillor Von Hoff. Any questions? Those in favour? Motion is carried. Move then to item 3.2, which is the ordinary meeting of council from the 16th of June 2020. Do I have a mover? Councillor McDonald and O'Hara-Sullivan. Any questions? Those in favour? That motion is carried. Move to item 4. Is there any business arising from those minutes you wish to discuss now that will not be discussed further down in the meeting?
No.
Okay, I'll move then to item 5, which is a presentation of petitions. Are there any petitions today? No petitions. We'll move to item 6, which is if I have any matters that I wish to bring forward without notice, and at this particular time today I don't have anything. Mayor's Minute is a motion that can be brought forward. Doesn't require seconding, and I haven't exercised that right yet in 8 years and 4 months, so we'll let that one lie. Delighted today, of course, as we move into reception of deputations and delegations by appointment, I want to recognise the presence here of Kate Venables, the Executive Director of Catholic Care Social Services. Great to have you here, Kate. If you want to come to the lectern, please. As you know, Kate and her husband Cam have made a major contribution to this community in their time here, and it's been wonderful, the work that they've done. Kate has a message for us today about the work of Catholic Care Social Services across our region and the broader area. And from time to time, we'll be bringing people like Kate in to do a 5 to 10 minute presentation about the work that they're doing and the benefits that will be received. So, Kate, you're a pioneer. You're like Christopher Columbus. You're the first one to do this job. And we thank you very much for being here. And can I say once again, thanks for the work that both you and Cam do in our community. I know some wonderful things that you do.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor and councillors. It's a great privilege to be here. When I emailed to request permission to come and present to council, we had actually developed a video because it was actually in COVID and we thought possibly face-to-face wasn't doable. So a video has been made and I understand the very clever Wendy is going to play it for us now, and then I thought there might be a little bit of time for some questions after that. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kate Venables and I'm the Executive Director of Catholic Care. I wanted to say congratulations to all of you, to the returning councillors, well done, and to the new people coming on, welcome aboard. Catholic Care, as with many organisations, is so appreciative of all the hard work that you do, and we're particularly grateful for the work you do in local community. At Catholic Care, we cover a large range of southwest Queensland. In fact, we have 456,000 square kilometres that we cover. And we go from Toowoomba right out to the border with offices in Toowoomba, Warwick, Dalby, St George and Roma. And of course we support people much further west than that. We have a staff body of about 55 to 60 people and we are passionate about making a difference in people's lives. At Catholic Care, we're really passionate about families, the cornerstone of our communities. They come in all sorts of shapes and sizes and we work with them across a vast range of different pressure points in life, supporting them, working with them and journeying with them. We do that in our mediation programs for separated families, through our counselling programs and through other local mental health support.
The good news is I can fill in the gaps. Flexibility is obviously a really significant part of what we do.
Amazing range of child counsellors at Catholic Care who do extraordinary things with your kids. They help them overcome challenges.
Oh no. It's not good. It's loading.
Think through tricky problems and enable them to name feelings, have a great time and learn something new each day. Catholic Care has an Employee Assistance Program, or EAP. In our EAP program, we work with local business owners, supporting their staff.
I wonder if it might be easier for us not to try and keep going.
Counselling, brief intervention counselling, through critical incident response and through workplace mediation. With our local on-the-ground counsellors, we can provide timely responses in ways that understand your needs in your local council area. Recently, Catholic Care has received some funding to deliver drought counselling in the Darling Downs and West Moreton region. This means if you have people in your local area who are impacted by drought, please get them to call us so that we can support them in this journey through drought. At Catholic Care, we're also passionate about
Shall we press stop?
Great. I wonder if I can tell you a little bit more, and then perhaps you can have the link sent if you want to get some more information. And you can test to see if I actually am able to repeat it twice. For us at Catholic Care, our primary purpose is obviously to work with families in community. And that can seem a little bit touchy-feely. It can seem a little bit soft and, isn't it nice they're doing that caring thing? But the reality is, every day, our workers are working with families who are under enormous pressure, some of whom are struggling to work out how to stay together, some of whom are working out how to separate well, some of whom are settling in Australia and try to work out what on earth "g'day mate" actually means from a country where they've come from great trauma. And some of the families we have are First Nations people who do beautiful work in the communities they're in, but have really serious issues they have to juggle. So we do hard work. We do incredibly important work. And the work we do, we hope, actually meets community need. We are able to do the work because we have government funding from both federal and state government. And it enables us to provide services from here, as I said, right out to the border. We're really aware that we have a great service centre in Toowoomba, and our challenge is to work out how do we do that better in the southwest. So one of the things I'm doing in the coming weeks is to actually go out to most of the other councils and get around and talk to them. Because what we know to be true is that council hears what's going on. So when there is a need, I am sure you hear. Sometimes I suspect you hear in generous and gracious ways, and other times you might hear in ways that are a little bit more sharp. But what we know is that when community organisations work together with places like council and health and education, all of the community flourishes. My sense is you know gaps that are in our Toowoomba region. And we'd really like to work with council so that we can find ways to address those gaps. One of the challenges not-for-profits have is not to make a loss. We definitely want to have some money in the kitty. That means we can respond to need as it arises, and not just because government funds it. So you know some of those needs. I would love to hear more as time goes on about some of the needs that you see in terms of where we might be able to provide supports and enable families to flourish better in the Toowoomba region. So apologies for some of the challenges around IT. The great thing is COVID has meant all of us are flexible. We can all wait a moment, take a breath, and I'm so grateful for all the work that you do, and really hope that we can continue to grow relationships. So thank you for all the friends I already have here, that we have here, and for the new friends I'm going to meet. I'd love to shout you a coffee and hear more about some of the work that you're doing. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Kate. Any questions for Kate? Kate, I'll begin by, you and I have had a discussion about the potential that you have for joining with the group of Council of Mayors, which covers a quarter of Queensland's land area, and I guess when I go to those Council of Mayors meetings, I hear of positive things, but I also hear of mental health and some of those issues. And it's we have 3 meetings a year. The next one will be at the Gold Coast when the local government conference is on. But the one following that, hopefully, on the advice of the medical fraternity who are also involved, will possibly be at Charleville. And that's a day trip. We pay our way out, and $600 airfare, but it's well worth the trouble. And you're bringing together representatives who represent a quarter of Queensland's land area, and not many people. And a lot of hard work and a lot of difficulty out in that area. Any questions for Kate? Councillor McDonald and Councillor Shine.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kate. Really appreciate your presentation. And I'd love to see a link of the video go around. That'd be nice to see the last few minutes of that. I guess question, and maybe, well, it's question twofold, probably. There's been a fair bit of media around Culture Australia and the lack of funds coming to our region, because obviously the lack of numbers of people coming to the region, because they both tie into each other. Has that meant more responsibility or more service required from other areas such as Catholic Care?
That's a very good question, Councillor McDonald. Thank you for that. The reality is that the funding model works so that when people first arrive in country, they move into what's called the Humanitarian Settlement Program, HSP, and they're in that program for about 12 months. And the federal government funds it so that payments are made at the beginning when the individual and or family arrive. After the 12 months, they move into the next component of support, and that is block funded. So that basically means that in Catholic Care Trams, we receive a certain amount of money, approximately $400,000 a year, to provide supports for the next 4 years. The tricky thing is, because Multicultural Australia has made some decisions about staffing, they're actually exiting clients much earlier than they might normally have done because they've got less staff to support them. So we are most definitely feeling the impact, and we are wanting to be able to meet that need. But it's a significant challenge because we have 3 times the number of people coming through at the moment than we normally would. So we're hoping to have more discussions about how we can do that better with Multicultural Australia, and indeed with Council having a sense of what some of those demands are so that they can be really aware of them as well.
I could have a supplementary.
Supplementary, then.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Sorry, Councillor Sean. During COVID, and we're still in that, Kate, the little group that's been meeting weekly, Vulnerable Communities Group, put together by Shirley Ann Gardner, the Executive Director at Base Hospital, Darling Downs Health, have you found the increase in vulnerable community needs has occurred through this time, or is it more of a sharing between organisations meeting weekly that's actually helped solve some of those issues?
I think there's no question that when people talk together, we can certainly solve problems really in unique ways because we all bring different buckets of knowledge and we share that. So I think that we have been able to respond, but inevitably the numbers of vulnerable have increased. People that previously were probably fairly stable have actually tipped into that vulnerable space. We're certainly seeing more people through in both counselling and also in our mediation programs. So without a doubt, there's been an increase.
Councillor Shine.
Thanks, Mayor. Good to see you, Kate, and congratulations on the good work that you continue to do, and Catholic Care in particular. I was familiar with, I refer to your remarks about the assistance given to First Nations people, and I was familiar with the WADUP program. Just wondering if that's still going and what it involves. And also I noticed that you provide a Arabic video to assist new arrivals from countries that speak Arabic. Could you expand on that for us as well?
Sure. You know, they say you shouldn't have favourite children. There's no question, you have to love all your kids the same, but sometimes you have ones that take a little part of your heart, and certainly our What Up program is one of my kids that I have a particular fondness for. We run a youth group. It works for kids in upper primary school, and there's about 30 to 40 of them that come every fortnight. They are all identified as First Nations people, though there's no reason others can't come. And what we do is enable them to have opportunity to connect with mob, to talk about some of the issues that are going on, to do cool cultural things. They've planted gardens, they've made didgeridoos, they've done for the boys, and the girls have done other amazing arts and crafts. It's really a safe space to come. It's a place where they know and learn. It's also a place where they can see leadership really being identified, because one of the things we want to do is raise up First People leaders who can actually work with their own communities. So we do that, and that's been amazingly positive, and we've had some fantastic outcomes. And in fact, in the last 12 months we did a survey, and people who were actually attending What Up more than 20 years ago were able to say that when they are really struggling, they can think back to that positive time in their lives, and that helps them get through. unexpected seeds that get planted. It's an amazing opportunity. The Arabic video has been one that has certainly been used, certainly we know in both Queensland and New South Wales. I think the reality is that when you have a heart for and connect with community, as council obviously does in the way that we do as well, you want to try and reach out when times are tough. And COVID obviously has been a pretty tough time, particularly for communities who are struggling to learn a new language. And so whilst we're all understanding hygiene and social distancing, that actually has to be translated and put into context. And so we have done some work with that. And I think that the lack of COVID in Toowoomba right across the whole population is obviously indicative of the amazing work community has done.
Any other questions? Councillor Carl.
Thank you, Mr Chair. You spoke about the increased numbers at risk. People, not just new people coming into the community, but existing people. The problems around decreasing staff numbers through the
Cultural Australia, yeah.
Cultural Australia. Have you got any advice to council? You're in the trench. You got any advice to council on how we best communicate this message of people, increasing numbers of people at risk, back to levels of government? Advice on what the message is, how to best advocate. We do nothing, the problem doesn't get better.
Sure, thank you. That's a great question. And if I'm truthful, a tricky one. The reality is that we are currently internally in the trench really watching our numbers because whilst it's okay to say you have a spike right now, it's stuff that we really need to be consistent to be able to take back to our funding body to say, actually, this is the real impact. I think that places like the Vulnerable Communities meeting that happens is an opportunity for us to be regularly checking in right across all the organisations so that we are looking at it from more than one perspective. Because I think the challenge is that we want to have a really broad point of view so that when we're talking about Toowoomba community, we're actually really clear that we're talking about the whole community. I think that in terms of advocating, being aware of the numbers and actually recognising the demand on services is going to be a really important one. One of the assumptions on the model, the current model, the way it works, is that people somehow, miraculously, are able to settle within the first 12 months. And that all these roots are put down and all these problems are solved, and so that the next 4 years require a much less deep support. But you and I know that's not true. You and I know that, in fact, it can take years to adjust to a new community, even if we've moved from Longreach to Toowoomba, let alone if we've moved from Syria to Australia. So I think we want to keep watching the model and being able to feed really good information back to the federal government, particularly around the reality of the length of time it takes to settle. Because Toowoomba has done a fantastic job to date of being incredibly inclusive and welcoming. But as you say, Councillor Carl, if we don't maintain a watching view on that, it could change. So keeping an eye on the numbers, recognising the impact on services that are explicitly funded, as well as those that are broader, I think is really important to do. And also to recognise the great joy that we have in Toowoomba because we have this great multicultural space and the many things that we would never have imagined 20 years ago that we have in Toowoomba now to celebrate.
Any other questions? Yeah, Councillor Bonhoff.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Through you to Kate. Kate, thank you so much for the work that you do and that Catholic Care does, and particularly I want to say thank you for the exceptional level of governance that I know that you feed through the organisation and into the Toowoomba community. My question follows Councillor Carl's and is about how aware do you think the Toowoomba region is generally about the level of vulnerability in the community?
I think the average person has a sense that it's okay. And I think the reality is if you're in one of those vulnerable cohorts, it's not always okay. And so we want to make sure that we have a really fair sense of what it looks like. There are lots of ways of doing that. I think that more and more in schools, we are talking more broadly about vulnerable people. We're talking about our First Nations people. We're talking about refugees and migrants. So we have a sense that we're raising all of that. But the reality actually is you don't have to be in one of those cohorts to be vulnerable. If you are working through very hard family circumstances and your family is considering separating, in fact, the impact on yourself and your kids and your extended group can be incredibly significant. So I think it really is all about recognising that when we're checking in with each other and when we are supporting each other in ways that look beyond the colour of one's skin and the places that someone might have come from and actually build relationship, it's at that point we have a much better sense of how people are doing.
Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Mayor. Kate, lovely to meet you, and thank you for coming in. I just had a question. I heard it briefly in the video about Employment Assist and the work you guys are doing there, and I'm just wondering if you could touch on current circumstances, the demand for that, and how that's going.
So thank you so much. We have an employee assistance program. So we have contracts with many organisations in town to deliver counselling support, critical incident support, workplace mediation support for those organisations and individual employees. Initially, when COVID happened and the lockdown went on, the numbers just completely disappeared. And I think that was because everyone hunkered down and tried to work out what's going on. And then as people recognised there was probably some length in the lockdown and that, you know, there was a sense that this could be the new normal for a while, our numbers radically increased. What we know is that employers were actually carrying the load, trying to support their employees, and were doing a whole lot of work that actually was about counselling as their employees were super stressed. And so that really helped us work out how can we put the best supports in. So we've done some great work with employers. I think the employee assistance component has continued to increase, and I think that part of the way we work in that space is try and give people coping strategies, so that when another stressor comes on, they've actually got the right mechanisms in place to keep working through. We are aware that we are working with organisations who are waiting for the end of September, and then with the new JobKeeper changes, what that will mean. And so we are encouraging all of them to think much longer term, to think beyond the end of September, even beyond the end of February, to try and have a sense that when they can communicate what their plans and their hopes are with their teams are going to be much less stressed. I think council does a great job in terms of that long-term planning that you're putting out there, because sometimes when there's a sense of not knowing what's going on, the ability to look ahead and focus there can actually really reduce the stress levels.
Any other questions? Councillor Megan, we better. There'll be one more after
I know you're probably on a bit of a tight time frame. Thank you, Kate. I wanted to just ask you, and you just touched on it just a little bit there. Certainly the feedback from our community is about youth unemployment. So just what a disaster that is coming down the road. So long-term unemployment for youth. So we're all worried about it, we as parents and our children as well. So are you... how do you connect with those younger people and for them to know that there's some type of counselling and service available to them?
Thank you for that question. At Catholic Care, we certainly do some counselling. I would have to say Headspace is an organisation that does really fantastic work with young people in terms of counselling. I guess the reality is we know that there is almost always more need than there is the capacity to deliver services, and so they are working all the time to try and work through wait lists, and other organisations are working in that space. You know, I think the youth space in terms of the service providers is one that is incredibly positive because we can sometimes be a little bit down on those young people, you know, from our great age. We say, what are they doing? Can't they see the long-term impact? You know, this is only a short term. What happens at the end of September? And yet the reality is they will be making decisions that actually make sense for them. And the youth sector is really good at recognising what they bring and what the young people bring, and they are doing some great work. But they're really aware of that, and they are starting to have some really clear conversations with those young people they're supporting now to say, there's going to be a bun rush if you don't get on and start looking for work. Because there are actually jobs out there. That's what we know. There are actually some jobs out there, and at the moment, because of the way the systems are set up, there is less motivation to go looking for work. So I think waiting to the end of September, coming into that new space with the JobKeeper and the job seeker space, it will be interesting to see what that impact is. We certainly support families who have young people and they're pretty stressed. So I guess it's an ongoing challenge of having good conversation, but having relationship built is the best way to have a conversation.
Okay, two things. The Council of Mayors in South West Queensland, the Darling Downs in South West, one of the constant messages I get is that looking at the role that Toowoomba plays in bringing these people here, getting the languages and the skills up to date, and there are jobs out there, and they want them to come here. And I think there's a few examples with St George and those sort of places where they've actually brought people out there. One of the things that has caused myself and others a little bit of concern is when you take a helicopter view and want to just see what's going on, sometimes there's a little bit of a reluctance by the parties around the circle who, have obviously got commercial issues, and there's competitors all around the circle. Is anything being done to sort of take that helicopter view, look where the gaps are, and work together?
I think that what we're trying to do is navigate the support services that need to be in those local communities. Because I think you're entirely right, Mr Mayor, there are extraordinary opportunities the further west you go, but we're aware that you actually have to have the right support services in place as well. And so we're trying to have conversations with organisations further west to work out how we can support them to support the people, because really that's what we need to do. We should be sharing resources.
Exactly. And same here locally.
Absolutely.
I was probably referring more to local.
Yeah.
As we attempted to have everyone have a round table discussion, we found, myself and some of the state members and the federal member, we found it to be a little difficult to just get everybody on the one page and be prepared to show their cards. But anyhow, look, that's been amazing. Kate, thank you very much once again for the work that you do in this community. Thank you for the work that Catholic Care does. Thank you, for what your family brings to this community, you and Cam, because you have brought a lot, and we're very blessed, lucky, whatever way you want to put it, to have you as part of the Toowoomba. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor and councillors. I wish you well in your meeting, and God's blessing on the rest of your day. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Kate. Councillors, there will be other presentations of that nature in future. There's an opportunity for that, and I think as we and you may find some people who ought to come in and give us a short address, I think that will provide a bit broader knowledge. And as Kate has done today, has given us an understanding of some really good things that have happened. So I'll move forward now to the reception and consideration of committee reports. And the first one is item 8.1, which is the Planning and Development Committee. It would appear that the first motion will not include item 10, where there have been some declarations. Does anybody wish, there was possibility that item 6 in regard to the John Darien and someone might wish to take that out? Any wish to take item 6 out of that report? If not, we'll deal with the whole report except for item 10. Would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please?
Speak.
You may speak.
Mr Mayor, I just had item 4.
You want to take something out specifically to speak about?
Yeah, if I may. If we mark
What item is this?
item 4.
Item 4? Do you want it handled separately with a separate vote?
Perhaps if we could take it out until we re-examine
Righto.
the compensation part of it?
Well, what we do now, Councillor McMahon, is you asked that item be discussed separately, and I'm happy to do that. So we've got everything on the table except for item 10 and item 4. Anyone wishing to take anything else out for separate consideration? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor Carl has moved. Councillor Taylor has seconded that. Those in favour? Carried. We'll deal with item 4. Councillor McMahon, you wish to discuss that separately?
Thank you, Chair. Just regarding the amendment to the planning scheme regarding the flood mapping in our region, I appreciate this is good law and has been a labour of love for a lot of people for a very long time. While the why of it is, I think, sound, I'd like us to, at a later date, revisit the compensation part around how we've done that. And I note there's some significant angst around our community of how that's been handled in the past. I'd like that we revisit that before we speak about it or before we pass it today.
Do you wish to move something of that nature, or would you...
Motion that we go back and revisit item 4.
that item 4 be brought back for further, be deferred and brought back for further consideration?
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
So you've moved that motion?
Yes.
Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Von Hoff seconded that. So do you wish to speak against it, or would you like to reserve your right? Speak for it. Would you rather reserve your right to sum up?
Perhaps in my second time, a bit more learned in the process, do I speak for it at the end?
Yes, we'll do for and against, and if you wish to speak for the motion now, you have already given us an introduction, so you can speak for the motion if you wish.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I appreciate this is good law, and of course I support a law that doesn't put a childcare centre in, flood-mapped areas or vulnerable citizens, elderly in flood-mapped areas. But because of the angst around this and the compensation issues that we've faced over a long period of time, I'd like to again acknowledge that there are some staff, general managers, who have done exceptional work in this and past councils. But until we can revisit and get on the same page regarding the compensation where we've changed landholders' land to flood planning, I can't support it. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone wishing to speak against that motion?
A point of order, Mr Mayor. The motion from the committee is here. I think Councillor McMahon needs to either move an amendment. He's actually not speaking for the committee motion. He is actually speaking against the committee motion.
Is that
The committee recommendation, I mean.
the recommendations there?
Councillor McMahon.
Well, I thought you were moving an amendment. I took it as an amendment. I didn't use that word.
I believe I'm looking for it to be amended at a later date, so if that's speaking against it.
That the report be received, exceptions of item 4. Now, where is it? This matter be deferred. I'll take your advice, Mr CEO.
There's been a motion to actually defer the matter, so that's the motion that's on the table. That would overrule the current committee recommendation at this point in time. So council can just vote.
Yes.
I will speak
defer it.
against that. Thank you
You'll speak against it. So we've had a speaker for. You've spoken for. Speak against.
very much. Look, the risk that's been identified by 5+ years of council's work in this space with massive community consultation and so much mapping and so much going over and photographs on windmill towers and all those sorts of things, that risk has not just happened now. That risk has been there for a long, long time. And council has just mapped that risk with the help of our community. And it doesn't mean that people can't use their property. It doesn't mean that people can't develop their property. They just have to develop it or build in a particular way with that risk taken into account. It does not take people's rights from them. And if we're talking about compensation, whose money are we compensating with? It's not my money, it's not your money, it's not council's money. It's actually the community's money. So at the end of the day, we have what we have. The mapping has been done. It's been done over a long period of time. It's been done, actually, and we spoke about it at committee, There's been many more winners out of the reassessment of insurance premiums than there have been people who have lost out over it. And I think that I strongly support the FRAPESA mapping going forward. This has been 5+ years in the making, and Council has been recognised by it, by many peer groups and certainly by the insurance industry, and it is in mind people's safety, not just childcare centres, people who, through their own sometimes their own lack of research, that build in an area that puts their lives and other people's lives at risk. This is to guide our planning scheme, this is to guide development in our region, and it is to guide people who are building residents or otherwise. It's providing them with the necessary information to allow them to actually build in a way where they are not affected by these events. And to put this on the table and go round and round and round in a circle, I do not support it. We have what we've had. There's been massive community consultation over this. There's been massive council officer input. Many of the people who are no longer with us. There's been a tremendous amount of effort put into this, and I don't believe anybody is really disadvantaged by this. What was there before is there now. It's just been mapped. So I don't support this sitting on the table.
Is there a speaker for the motion? Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, through you. So I think that the work that has been done on this mapping is absolutely exceptional, and it's actually more than 5 years. It's 8 years of very detailed work and very close community consultation, and that aspect of it is absolutely best practice, top standard, and should be commended. The point I think here is that I'd like to make is twofold. Firstly, the reasons given for amending the planning scheme are to protect people and property. And I'm not satisfied that exempting council from compensation, I'm not satisfied that exempting council from compensation protects property or protects people. And if somebody can explain how exempting council from paying compensation protects people and property, I'd really be keen to hear that. The second point that I'd like to make is that I pick up in our earlier conversations and discussions last week about this, that there's concern around the chamber about compensation, and that I think some councillors are concerned that if there's we don't want to open ourselves up for a rush on compensation, and I'm worried that the current 12-month window that we've set actually might encourage people to feel pressured or feel a need to quickly put in those submissions for compensation, and we might actually be making a rod for our own back in that sense. So, and as I said last week, just because we can doesn't mean we should move the compensation exemptions for council.
Is there a speaker against the motion? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, point of order. Is there a possibility? I think Councillor Von Hoff raised a question. Is there anyone that can answer that? I think that'd be.
My question was, how do the purpose of this amendment scheme is to protect people and property, and my question is, how does exempting council from compensation protect people or property?
General Manager Stewart, something else?
I might share your microphone, Mr. Mayor. I guess to start with, the flood areas that have been identified in the hazard mapping are generally areas where people would not either want to develop or would not get an approval to develop because of the issues, the particular issues with the flooding. And I'm talking about those higher level hazard areas, the properties that are located in the flood flow areas, not flood storage areas, and other more higher level hazard areas. The issue really with, and local government for many years has been looking for some level of protection from doing the right thing, I guess. They need the protection that says by actually identifying those natural hazards. Now, we're looking at flooding at the moment, and we will be looking at fire in the near future, where exactly the same principles will come up. And the protection of the community relates to protection in a sense of trying to discourage people from building or living in areas that are hazardous. Similar situation to areas where the surface of the soil may collapse. I mean, I don't think anyone, that's an extreme example, but no one in their right mind would want to allow someone to build a house in an area of shifting soil. So that's the whole principle behind it. And the state government, in the last Planning Act, which is now called the Planning Act, included this provision where councils can, to some degree, protect themselves against claims for compensation where it is clear-cut. It doesn't totally exclude people from being able to sue council if in fact they think they have the right grounds and that the mapping is wrong and a whole range of other things. That doesn't prevent that. The other issue that was raised was the supersede. Actually, just to finish off on that, even without that provision or council activating that provision, the pathway to getting compensation is long and tortuous. The first point that a landowner would have to do is make an application to council for a development permit. Council would then refuse that development permit. The development permit would then be appealed, the refusal would be appealed in the relevant court. At the point where that is lost, then the applicant could then come to council and say, well, I'm looking for compensation. Sorry, if in fact the court determined that the use could not proceed because of hazard, there is no compensation. If the court said, yes, you can proceed with that development, but then the council would have to pay compensation, but it would never get to that. In cases where someone could build, if they raised the floor level or what have you, that would generally be the case. Council would allow that. But if it's an active flood flow or an area that is highly hazardous, no court in the land would allow someone to build a house there. So, and we would put people through that. Not very many people go through that. And in my experience, I've probably could recall one example of that. And that got halfway through the process and that was abandoned. And I'm going back quite a few years with that one. With the other question was a superseded planning scheme. Yes, you know, as with every amendment to the scheme, there is a 12-month window to operate under the existing procedures and processes and under the existing scheme as it exists at the moment. That's a 12-month window of opportunity under the Act. It used to be 2 years, but again, under the last Act, the window was closed a smidge to give people the opportunity to apply for a use under the superseded scheme. But again, it's exactly the same. If they wanted to apply for a use in a hazardous area, they would go through that process I just mentioned before and would probably, if anything, by removing the so-called right to compensation, we're probably protecting people from exercising a right that not many do, and those that do tend to find that it's expensive and at the end of the day, fruitless. But anyway, that's the basic background to the compensation. Local government's been looking for it for a very long time.
Councillor O'Shea, you don't have any further questions? No.
No, I just thought that seeking an explanation to the question that was raised, so I'm happy.
Thank you. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, you wish to speak against the motion?
I was going to speak against the motion, Mr Mayor, but I think Mr Summers has probably summed up my points. I just wanted to urge councillors to remember that this is, the state has granted us an exemption from paying compensation for natural disaster. So again, the flooding in areas where the natural disaster, and again, we'll be looking, as Stuart Summers said, about the fire. So some people who are then being identified who are in high fire risk areas, will they be granted compensation as well? I think we have to look at it from the greater good rather than individual cases. Stuart said it in probably a little bit longer way than I did.
Thank you. Is there someone wishing to speak for the motion? If not, would you sum up, please, Councillor McMahon?
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, I acknowledge that this is good law. It's for the safety of our citizens. It's been a long time in the process and it is necessary. I appreciate there's been valuable community consultation and it's long-standing. I appreciate that there's state government complexities, and may I again sing the praises of our staff, including our General Manager for Planning and Development and some long-term planning staff who have done a lot of work with this. And I apologise that we have to go round and round, but in my opinion, compensation is, as we heard, available but close to impossible, and I don't think that's been done well, which is why I move this motion today. Thank you.
Thank you. That closes the debate. The motion before you is that this matter be deferred to a future Planning and Development Committee meeting. I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour of the motion? Those against? Motion is lost. Wish to record your votes?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Okay, we move now to item 10, which is the only remaining issue.
We go back to that motion. We haven't got a motion on item 4. Item 4 we need.
Mr Chair,
Well, we have a motion on item 4, you're dead right. Okay.
Mr Mayor, I'm happy to move item 4. I think we've had enough debate over it, and I commend everyone who's worked on it, and previous two councils actually, and this one. Thank you.
My apologies to Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan has seconded that. In view of the discussion we've had, we won't, if there's anyone wishing to debate. If not, I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Councillor Shine, you're not voting?
Oh,
Those in favour? Again?
I voted in favour, sorry.
Okay. Those against? Those against? Vote recorded? Right, that's carried. We move then to item 10, and which I prematurely moved to, and I apologise for that. But there are two declarations here. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, pursuant to Section 175E of the Local Government Act 2009, I'd like to inform the meeting that I have a personal interest in this matter, which I recognise may be a real or perceived conflict of interest, the particulars of which are as follows. The nature of the interest is I am a resident in the same street as the subject property referred to in item 1 of the schedule of matters in progress in the Planning Environment Court and or in the Magistrates Court enforcement actions. I'll be dealing with this declared conflict of interest by leaving the meeting while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Councillor O'Shea.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, pursuant of Section 175E of the Local Government Act 2009, I would like to inform the meeting that I have a personal interest in this matter, which I recognise may be a real or perceived conflict of interest, the particulars of which are as follows. The nature of the interest is myself and my spouse engaged a builder to work on a property owned by us. The builder has then engaged the company referred to in item 1 of the schedule of matters in progress in the Planning and Environment Court and or in the Magistrates Court enforcement actions. We'll be dealing with this declared conflict of interest by leaving the meeting while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're dealing with item 10. Okay, would someone then like to move that item 10 of the Planning and Development Committee report dated the 14th of July 2020?
Item 1 of the schedule, in item 10.
Item 1 of the schedule in item 10. Okay. Item 1 of the schedule in item 10, if you'd take that into account, please, be received and the recommendations therein adopted. Councillor Carl, you're moving. Seconder, please. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. I'll put that. Those in favour? It's carried. We can bring them back in the room, please. Now, motion 3, now it will be the balance of item 10. So the next motion, councillors, will deal with, it'll be motion 3, will deal with the balance of item 10 that hasn't been dealt with yet. And someone like to move that that be received and that the recommendations therein adopted. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan has moved. Councillor Carl, seconded. Those in favour? That's carried. We've moved then to Water and Waste Committee, where there is one item. So would someone like to move that that be received, please, and the content noted? Thanks very much. Councillor Von Hoff has moved. The seconder, please. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Those in favour? The motion is carried. We move then to item 8.3, which is the Infrastructure Committee report. And the first motion in infrastructure will not include items 5, item 6 and item 7. Someone like to move that the Infrastructure Services report with all except items 5, 6 and 7, with the exception of 5, 6 and 7. Would someone like to move along those lines? Councillor Taylor has moved. Councillor Melissa Taylor has seconded. Those in favour? Move then to a declaration on my part for items 5. And is it appropriate that I do item 6 at the same time and you deal with them both when I leave the room? No. One at a time. Right. I declare a conflict of interest pursuant with section 175E of the Local Government Act of 2009. I would like to inform the meeting that I have personal interest in this matter, which I recognise may be real or perceived conflict of interest, the particulars of which are as follows. The nature of the interest is my niece is married to a director of one of the tenderers mentioned in the report. I will be dealing with this declared conflict of interest by leaving the meeting while this matter is being discussed. I'll leave the meeting, Councillor Donald.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, I too have a declaration which was done last week, and we'll read that out. Pursuant to section 175E of the, just hang on a minute here, what's he got here? Just get rid of that for a minute. I'll restart that one. Here's another one going here as well. There we go. All right, we'll reconvene. Sorry, I'll get the microphone as well. Pursuant to section 175E of the Local Government Act 2009, I would like to inform the meeting that I have a personal interest in this matter, which I recognise may be a real or perceived conflict of interest, the particulars of which are as follows. In the nature of the interest, I am an owner of property situated at 435 Ruthven Street, Toowoomba, and 2 Club Lane, Toowoomba. I request that it be minuted that I declared a conflict of interest in relation to item 1, permit-style parking options, at the Infrastructure Committee meeting of 10 September 2019, and that councillors determined that I did not have either a real conflict of interest or perceived conflict of interest. As the relevant circumstances have not changed since the councillor's determination that I do not have to have either a real conflict of interest or perceived conflict of interest, I am free to participate in the meeting whilst this matter is discussed, including voting on the matter. Councillor Melissa Taylor, you also have a declaration?
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Pursuant to the Section 175E of the Local Government Act 2009, I'd like to inform the meeting that I have a personal interest in this matter, which I recognise may be a real or perceived conflict of interest, the particulars of which are as follows. The nature of the interest is my sister Christine Taylor, a hairdresser at Suite 6, Hair by Christine, in the Old Chronicle Arcade, pays for a car park in Chronicle Lane in the Toowoomba CBD. I request that it be minuted that I declared a conflict of interest in relation to this item in the closed meeting of the Infrastructure Committee meeting on the 14th of July 2020, and that councillors determined that I did not have either a real conflict of interest or perceived conflict of interest. As the relevant circumstances have not changed since the councillor's determination that I do not have either a real conflict of interest or a perceived conflict of interest, I am free to participate in the meeting whilst this matter is discussed, including voting on the matter.
Thank you, Councillor Melissa. As this is a confidential item, councillors, if there is discussion or queries on this item, we will have to shift it to confidential. However, there is a motion, a recommendation put forward. I will read that out, if you don't mind, just for those watching at home, that Council not accept any of the tenders received for the allocation of guaranteed parking at the Toowoomba Bus Station car park. We have a move by Councillor Carol Taylor, seconded by Councillor Melissa Taylor. All those in favour? That motion is carried unanimously. So we'll bring the Mayor back in. This is a bit of a swings and roundabouts, this one. The Mayor will have to do the same as what he's just done there for item number 6.
Move to item 6, and councillors, I wish to declare a conflict of interest. Pursuant with Section 175E of the Local Government Act 2009, I'd like to inform the meeting that I have a personal interest in this matter, which I recognise may be real or perceived conflict of interest, the particulars of which are as follows. My niece is married to a director of a company, and that company recently tendered for an allocation of guaranteed parking in the Toowoomba Bus Station car park. I'll be dealing with the declared conflict of interest by leaving this meeting while the matter is being discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I too have a declaration, same as item 5 in fact. Pursuant to Section 175E of the Local Government Act 2009, I would like to inform the meeting that I have a personal interest in this matter which I recognise may be a real or perceived conflict of interest, the particulars of which are as follows. The nature of the interest is I am an owner of property situated at 435 Ruthven Street, Toowoomba, and 2 Club Lane, Toowoomba. I request that it be minted that I declared a conflict of interest in relation to item 1, permit-style parking options, at the Infrastructure Committee meeting on 10 September 2019, and that councillors determined that I did not have either a real conflict of interest or perceived conflict of interest. As the relevant circumstances have not changed since the councillor's determination that I do not have either a real conflict of interest or perceived conflict of interest, I am free to participate in the meeting whilst this matter is discussed, including voting on the matter. Councillor Mr Taylor.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Pursuant to Section 175E of the Local Government Act 2009, I would like to inform the meeting that I have a personal interest in this matter, which I recognise may be a real or perceived conflict of interest, the particulars of which are as follows. The nature of the interest is my sister Christine Taylor, a hairdresser at Suite 6 Hair by Christine, in the Old Chronicle Arcade, pays for a car park in Chronicle Lane in Toowoomba CBD. I request that it be minuted that I declared a conflict of interest in relation to item number 5, confidential tenders for allocation of guaranteed parking, Toowoomba Bus Station car park, in the closed meeting of the Infrastructure Committee meeting of 14th of July 2020, and that councillors determined that I did not have either a real conflict of interest or a perceived conflict of interest. As the relevant circumstances have not changed since the councillor's determination that I do not have either a real conflict of interest or perceived conflict of interest, I am free to participate in the meeting whilst this matter is discussed, including voting on the matter.
Thank you, Councillor Melissa. There is a motion before us, councillors. It's quite lengthy. I think, councillors, in view of the fact that we did have a lengthy discussion on this and it was somewhat commented on, I'm happy to call for a motion from the floor. Moved by Councillor Carol Taylor, seconded by Councillor James O'Shea. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thanks, Wendy. We can bring the Mayor back in, Stuart, if you're available to do that. And then we'll move to item 7, of which there are more confidentials, more items there to declare. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Item 7.
We're on item 7?
Item 7.
You started it? No. Councillors, we'll deal with item 7 of that report, and that is the East Creek Toowoomba drainage matters. Declarations of interest, please. Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Pursuant to Section 175E of the Local Government Act 2009, I would like to inform the meeting that I have a personal interest in this matter, which I recognise may be a real or perceived conflict of interest, the particulars of which are as follows. The nature of the interest is I have a close personal relationship and am a neighbour to the landholders mentioned in the report. I will be dealing with declared conflict of interest by leaving the meeting while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you. Councillor Shine.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Pursuant to Section 175E of the Local Government Act 2009, I would like to inform the meeting that I have a personal interest in this matter, which I recognise may be a real or perceived conflict of interest, the particulars of which are as follows. The nature of the interest is I have a personal relationship with one of the landholders mentioned in the report, as one of the landholders is my doctor. I will be dealing with this declared conflict of interest by leaving the meeting while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor Shine. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Pursuant to Section 175E of the Local Government Act 2009, I would like to inform the meeting that I have a personal interest in this matter, which I recognise may be a real or perceived conflict of interest, the particulars of which are as follows. The nature of interest is I have a personal relationship with one of the landholders mentioned in this report, as one of the landholders is my doctor. I request that it be minted that I declared a conflict of interest in relation to this matter in the closed meeting of the Infrastructure Committee meeting of 14 July 2020, and the Council has determined that I did not have either a real conflict of interest or perceived conflict of interest. As the relevant circumstances have not changed since the Council's determination that I did not have either a real conflict of interest or perceived conflict of interest, I am free to participate in the meeting whilst this matter is discussed, including voting on the matter.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. We'll move then with item 7 meeting. Would someone like to move that item 7 of that the Finance and Business Strategy, wait a minute, of the Infrastructure Committee report be received, please? Councillor Melissa Taylor has moved it and Councillor Carol Taylor has seconded that. Those in favour? That's carried. You may bring them back in, please. Right. Move then to item 8.4. Which is the Environment Community Committee. The motion before you is, there are 3 items there. The motion before you is the report of that committee dated the 15th of July be received and the recommendations therein adopted. Councillor O'Shea has moved that. Councillor McMahon has seconded. Those in favour? Motion is carried. We move then to item 8.5, Finance and Business Strategy. In this particular case, we can deal with all the items except for the one that I have to declare an interest in, which is the Millmerran Men's Shed, which is part of item 8. So any other items anyone wishes to take out?
Yes, Mr Mayor, if I could take out the item number 9, please.
Item number 9 for separate consideration, Councillor Shine.
Sorry.
For separate consideration.
Yes, please.
9, 8, part of 8. The matter to do with Mulmerran, so the bit of 8 that is the bit of 8, motion 2 will be regarding motion 1 will be everything except for those 2 matters, part of item 8 and all of item 9. Would someone like to move that Finance and Business Strategy report, please? Councillor McDonald and Councillor Shine. Any discussion? Those in favour? Motion is carried. Councillor McDonald, I'll leave the room.
Do your declaration first.
I'll do my declaration. Pursuant with Section 175E of the Local Government Act of 2009, I'd like to inform the meeting that I have a personal interest in this matter, which I recognise may be a real or perceived conflict of interest, the particulars of which are as follows. My cousin Michael Antonio is an executive member of the Mulmerran Men's Shed. I'll be dealing with this declared conflict of interest by leaving the meeting while this matter is discussed.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The item, councillors, is before you now. Just keep in mind we have already done item 8, motion 2, so this is motion 1, which simply refers to the Mulmerran's Men's Shed. The application by Mulmerran Men's Shed lodged under Council's rate exemption for Community Organisations Policy 2.02 as detailed in attachment 2 be approved. Have a mover. Moved by Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, seconded by Councillor Carl. Those in favour? The motion's carried unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, motion 2 of the Finance and Business Strategy Committee report deals with the Maclagan Windermere Kindergarten Association Incorporated. Would someone like to move? Does that be Councillor Taylor and Councillor Carl? Those in favour? That's carried. Item 9, Councillor Shine.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move that consideration of this item be postponed to another date.
Okay. Councillor Shine has moved that this... is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Councillor Shine, you may speak.
Thank you.
To the motion.
I raised this matter at the committee meeting last week in relation to the Toowoomba Bowls Club, which is a very worthy club providing immense benefit to the local community at North Toowoomba. It houses, for example, the Harlexton RSL band and other community groups. It's not a wealthy club, but it is a well-run one. It doesn't comply with Council's current policy in relation to exemptions, as it is a licensed club, and it has gaming machines. Currently has 8 gaming machines. The reason I put this up, or the reason I would like this application postponed is for councillors to have the benefit of an information session with respect to exemptions to clubs generally, purposes why we why we don't provide exemptions for licensed clubs, and gaming machine clubs, for that to be explained and discussed, and thereafter for the matter to be dealt with. Obviously, there are other small clubs like this which would, particularly bearing in mind the COVID experience, I know Toowoomba North, or the North Toowoomba Bowls Club, for example, had no income, zero income, for a period of 3 months during this current close down. And that would be replicated throughout the region, I'm sure. So I think it has wider implications just beyond the Bowls Club to which I refer. And, it's an important matter. I think the council would benefit from an information session, as I've outlined. And I ask councillors to support the postponement of consideration of the application for those reasons.
Okay, a speaker against? Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Whilst we all support the North Toowoomba Bowls Club and recognise the good work they do, and particularly with the Harlexton Brass Band, RSL Band, which add much to our community, this is back the front. We have a policy in place that has guided councils' rate exemptions for many years. If we need to change it, we need to go through the process to change it. I do not support this lying on the table. The process will take some months, and I think there are many, many clubs, as Councillor Shine has mentioned, far more than we would be considering here, that individuals around this table have understanding of. So there's clubs like the Crow's Nest Club, Golf Bowls Club, and other places as well. So if we're going to be steadied, measured and informed on what we're doing, we need to continue with this and then bring the policy to bear, to have it discussed at an information session and work through it that way. But at the moment, the policy guides our rate exemptions, and the policy is there to be observed, and I suggest that the committee recommendation go forward.
Okay, a speaker for? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think everyone keeps saying it, it's unprecedented times, so it's times where everything is topsy-turvy. So when we have community groups that are looking after probably some of our most vulnerable, I think it can come back. It can come back, and we can have a look at it. So I think, as Kate Venables talked about this morning, we need to be flexible. We need to be able to pivot, as everyone says, and look at things perhaps through a different lens in this unprecedented times.
Is there a speaker against? Councillor Cole.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Chair. I'm rather familiar with the Toowoomba North Bowls Club. I have been for a number of years, and I'm fully aware of the contribution they make to our community, varied in many ways. However, as stated, there's an appropriate way to deal with a review of policy. I'm sorry, but we can't play favourites, and because there's an application or an exemption on the books here for us to determine now, that we just hold off until we review the policy. That is the cart before the horse. And just imagine how many other applications we may receive for clubs that have their own licensed gaming machines and that, and would we then expect to review the policy again if it didn't come out the way we wanted to? So I just think this is a business on the run. It's not appropriate. And in closing, I think it's open to interpretation. It's a grey area, very much open to interpretation about what is, what isn't, what's the appropriate size. Policy's not there for that. It's there to guide our rating department on what's appropriate, and not against a policy review. Let's have it. Let's work it. Policies are there to be reviewed, but not subject to an application that's before us now. that's just not appropriate. Thank you.
Speaker for the motion.
Mr Mayor, I flag it's basically an amendment to this motion that's put forward, if I could.
Yes, you can.
Motion put forward will be, number one, that the application lodged under the Council's exactly as the recommendation was. That the application lodged under the Council's rate exemption for community organisations, policy 2.2, as detailed in attachment 2, not be approved. And number two, that Council review policy 2.02 at a future information session. And the reasons I can explain.
Yep. Do I have a second for that motion? Councillor Carl has seconded that. Councillor McDonald, that's an amendment. Do you wish to speak to it?
The reason is quite simple, and that is that we were informed last week that the current policy is nearly a decade old. Times have changed over 10 years, and no one can deny that. And the words that Councillor Shine has imparted as the reasons for his recommendation are quite true, and Councillor Carroll reiterated those across many areas. So times have changed. So after a decade, it is high time that we review this policy, and that may bring forth other ideas around this table of where we could support not-for-profit organisations, not just under this area. But I think given we have this situation where there's been a request for this particular waiving of rates, there needs to be a response, go back to that organisation, and perhaps in that response, that Council, if this motion goes through, will be reviewing that policy.
Okay, that you've spoken for. Is anyone wishing to speak against that particular motion? Yes, Councillor Shine.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Look, obviously I agree with the second part of it. It's what I've asked for, a information session. What I'm asking for with respect to the first part of it is that the consideration of it be postponed until after the information session. I'm not asking for it to be acceded to, but simply postponed. And I see no reason why we can't.
You're in fact moving an amendment to the amendment, or you're suggesting to the mover and the seconder that there be...
A motion, as I recall, I think my motion asked for it to be postponed. Original motion.
Where are we? Yeah, Brian will make a comment.
The proposed amendment is actually not an amendment. It's contrary to the first. So it should be, you can just foreshadow that there'd be a new motion. Yeah.
Foreshadow.
If the first one's lost, I'm foreshadowing.
If your amendment is lost?
No.
First one is lost, yeah, righto.
I'm foreshadowing the second.
You are foreshadowing the second? You're right. It's not an amendment, in other words. Right.
So Councillor Shine's motion needs to be put.
Needs to be put. You wish to close the debate, Councillor Shine?
Look, I just repeat, this is an application that happens to be before us. There are no other applications. These are exceptional and dangerous times that we have to deal with COVID. It's all very well to consider policy, to give it deep consideration over a period of time, but we have to react to this unusual and exceptional circumstance that has arisen. This application brings it to light. All I'm asking for is for the matter to be put on abeyance for the time being until Council gives it that proper consideration in the near future with an information session. I urge councillors to support it on that basis.
Thank you. That closes the debate. I'll put the motion. The motion is before you. Consideration of this matter be deferred to a future Finance and Business Strategy Committee meeting. Those in favour? Those against? Motion is lost. We move to the second motion.
Spoken enough.
Alternate motion.
I guess just maybe if I mention about Councillor Shine's concerns, because we have a letter, a request put in, that request in item 1 is refused. However, give comfort to not only this organisation but others in a similar situation that Council is going to review that policy. because we need to give these guys surety and then notify that the organisation is looking at that policy.
Okay. Any other comments around the room? Anyone wishing to speak against this particular matter?
So
You wish to
not
make a comment?
against in part, Mr Mayor, but this is the way to do it, and there are many other organisations who, just because they haven't got a letter there, are just as, need to be considered too. So there's no promise on how the policy is going to end up, but the policy should be considered first, and then afterwards other things come back in. So
Sorry, the bright light started shining above you, Councillor Taylor.
what's happening?
I wasn't sure what was going on. Look, I think this has been a good discussion, and and I'd have to agree with everyone that the North Toowoomba Bowls Club is a very valuable part of our community. So I think this discussion is a good one. It would appear to me that, given time, we might come to a more favourable outcome for those parties in our community, like Toowoomba North Bowls Club. So the motion has been put. I'll ask those in favour. Those against? Carried without dissent. Well, that finishes off Finance and Business Strategy. We move then to Economic Development Committee. We have declarations there. So we'll be dealing with those matters. There are two matters. We'll be dealing with them separately, which I think is a good idea.
I'll pull out item 3, please.
Item 3, just a moment. Item 3 is Surat Basin, yes. Happy that that be done, but it'll be dealt with on its own anyhow as a result of the other one going out. What order do you want to do this in? Conflict of interest will be coming from Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan in respect to item 3.
Item 3.
On the other things first.
Well, I think there'll be significant debate. I intend to take the second one out anyhow.
Item 3, so if we vote on
Item.
the remainder of the report, perhaps.
Exactly. Well, I'm happy to do that, but I certainly want it discussed in full. So, in respect to item 4 of that report, which deals with the Advisory Committee for the Quarry Gardens,
Mr Chair, are you flagging that you'd like to pull that out as well to discuss?
I actually want to pull it out as well.
Oh, well, we'll pull
For
it.
a separate discussion, but it's only a technical matter of whether it's what order we do it in. I'd suggest the best thing we can do is I'll make the decision, but let's bring item 3 forward for a start, for discussion. And Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, would you like to declare, please?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Pursuant to Section 175E of the Local Government Act 2009, I would like to inform the meeting that I have a personal interest in this matter. I recognise may be real or perceived conflict of interest, the particulars of which are as follows. The nature of the interest is I have a personal friendship with the Chief Executive Officer of Toowoomba and Surat Basin Enterprises. We'll be dealing with this declared conflict of interest by leaving the meeting while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Pursuant to Section 175E of the Local Government Act 2009, I would like to inform the meeting that I have a personal interest in the matter, which I recognise may be a real or perceived conflict of interest, the particulars of which are as follows. The nature of interest is family business Cracker Print and Paper Proprietary Limited is a foundation member of the Toowoomba Surat Basin Enterprise. I request that it be minuted that I declared a conflict of interest in relation to this item at the Economic Development Committee meeting on 15 July 2020, and the councillors determined that I did not have either a real conflict of interest or perceived conflict of interest, as the relevant circumstances have not changed since the council's determination that I do not have either a real conflict of interest or perceived conflict of interest. I'm free to participate in the meeting whilst this matter is discussed, including voting on the matter.
Was there something you want to add to that? Have you?
It says here if relevant details have changed, they have changed in that the family business is as a result of last week's meeting and the declaration, are now not a member of Toowoomba Surat Basin Enterprise. But that's not on my register of interest, so I left it off there for the time.
Thank you. Councillor Melissa.
Pursuant to Section 175E of the Local Government Act 2009, I would like to inform the meeting that I have a personal interest in this matter, which I recognise may be a real or perceived conflict of interest, the particulars of which are as follows. The nature of the interest is the family business Taylor's Removals is a foundation member of the Toowoomba and Surat Basin Enterprise Proprietary Limited. I request that it be minuted that I declared a conflict of interest in relation to this item at the Economic Development Committee meeting of 15th of July 2020, and that councillors determined that I did not have either a real conflict of interest or perceived conflict of interest. As the relevant circumstances have not changed since the councillor's determination that I do not have either a real conflict of interest or perceived conflict of interest, I am free to participate in the meeting whilst the matter is discussed, including voting on the matter.
Okay, we move then to deal with item 3. Would someone like to move to enter debate, or how would you like to do this? Someone like to move that we
I'm going to move the motion.
move the motion? A seconder, please, for the Surat Basin motion. Councillor McMahon. Councillor McDonald.
This debate, there may not be any debate, Mr Mayor. If there's no debate, I'm happy just for you to go to the vote.
Anyone wishing to speak against?
I just pulled it out to have my vote ready.
Okay, thank you. Can I just say that I thought the meeting the other night went quite well, and I would have to say we need to be mindful of the independence of that organisation, because I was approached by 2 directors as to, what they wanted to do, whether they... and look, when I look around the directors of that organisation, I'd suggest to you that they have a broad range of skills. If there is something that needs changing, I'm sure that we can do it. But in saying that, the organisation has brought a tremendous amount to this community and beyond. And I think if you look at the investment we've made and the return on that investment, if you just take employment into account on its own, it's been quite amazing. So in saying that, I'll put the motion that in respect to item 3 and that we continue with the funding for TSBI. Those in favour? Those against? You'll have your vote recorded, Councillor Carl. Thank you. We move then to item 4, which relates to the Quarry Gardens and the Advisory Committee. And I particularly think that we ought to give some consideration, and it's in your hands very much, to the independence of that advisory committee, given that there was an offer of a recommendation of maybe some 5 people, might have been 5 councillors might have been on that committee. And I just, for your consideration, I just wonder if you think that is appropriate to have 5 councillors or 4 councillors on that committee. I'm very happy that we have some, but don't forget that it comes back to this body here, to this chamber, for final consideration. And we're looking for an independent body that will in fact advise us on the future of that particular project. So, Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan.
Oh, thank you, Mr Mayor. I had time to think about it afterwards, and I think we have to look at the nature of the advisory committee, and it is from our community advising us. And I feel like if there's a lot of councillors on there, it's kind of defeating the purpose. It's kind of like stacking the committee, really, and I would rather that there be less councillors and more community, not more community members, but I would rather not have the as many councillors represented on there.
Councillor Taylor, and then we're just having a brief discussion before we go into a formal debate. Councillor Taylor, then Councillor.
Mayor, I think that what was envisaged was that when certain areas of the Quarry Gardens was happening, that those particular councillors attached to that area would be available and being on that committee. And I think that's what was envisaged. And just for council's attention, the RAPTAC, the Regional Active Transport, has 4 councillors for 2 terms. It's had 4 councillors on it. So it's not that the committee's being hijacked at all. It's just that, I mean, if councillors are interested in that, then they should be there. And the chair is a councillor, and I think that it's up to the councillors present not to take over that committee. Yeah. It is an advisory committee for council. So, and often on the RAPTAC, I mean, what happens is that they understand the restrictions that councils, the complexity that council has to operate under, and vice versa, we understand what the committee wants, or what the other parts of the committee would desire, and whatever else. So I wouldn't want to restrict it to fewer, and just pointing out that other advisory committees have more than one or two council on them as well. It is an advisory committee, and I think we have good representation desired from the community, and I think it should go forward the way it is.
Councillor Taylor, I did not use the word hijacked either in my discussion.
No, I know, Mr Mayor, I didn't mean to
table.
imply that you did,
And
but that were my words, not yours.
the only advice that I was giving was this is an advisory committee, and whilst we ought to be involved, and I think maybe we spell out how we're involved from time to time. Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I similarly, like Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, had time to think about it afterwards, and I feel that there is redundancy in what we've currently got before us, because it's an advisory committee with councillors that will then provide advice back to the council. So I'd be happy to just have the chair as the council representative in that advisory committee, not the other councillors. So I agree with your and Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan's.
Well, if I can take a motion from the floor, please. I'm in your hands. You can deal with it the way it is, or you can deal with it another way. Councillor McDonald.
Mr Mayor, the motion was put forward in light of the enormity that this project can deliver for our region. And at its infancy, I believe it needed some oversight from a variety of areas from council from time to time. And perhaps if there was a change to the recommendation, and keeping in mind recommendation number 3 says additional, up to an additional 4, and maybe it's up to an additional 4 councillors from time to time, because it may only be one councillor that's required. So I'd be more than happy to say from time to time, but I do think that we need representation in this early stage from ISG, from water particularly, from planning, from environment, community, and from finance. And it may only be 1 or 2 of those that attend that meeting. And I actually take on board Councillor Carroll's comments around the regional active public transport. And that was a great advisory group. And I think from time to time there may well have only been 2 councillors, if not 3, but there was 4 available, and particularly at certain times. So with the words added from time to time after councillors, I would be happy with that. That would then, we could have the 4 there, but it may not be, might only be needed 1 at a time. But I know that it's infancy, and I've heard some rhetoric in the last little while that councillors aren't being informed. And the last thing I want is for this project that provides so much potential for our region into the future, that it gets derailed because we're not on board. And we need to be on board from each area. And that's where I'd be more than comfortable to add those words from time to time after councillors.
As required.
And that being the case, I'm happy to move that motion.
As required from time to time.
That's right.
So you've moved the motion with that change to it? Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Shine. We'll go into debate, I'd imagine. Councillor McDonald, you're happy with what you've said, or do you want to say a little more?
I am, and you've just added the words, which is a great idea, and good leadership as required. So the final motion there is that council nominate up to an additional 4 councillors as required from time to time, being a portfolio representative from each committee, with the exception of finance and so on as it reads there. I guess what I would have loved to have is those councillors actually mentioned in there. But I know that there's discussions between portfolios as to who may do that or be there, and it may be that it's not an actual nominated person, because a particular meeting might be more pertinent to, in say, environment community. It might be more pertinent to a parks representative, where Councillor McMahon might attend that meeting. Maybe more pertinent to tourism, where Councillor O'Shea attends that meeting. Likewise in ISG, likewise in water and waste. So maybe that is the best way, and that's why I'm happy to move it.
A mover, we've got a seconder. Anyone wishing to speak against the motion?
Just a question, if I may, Mr Chair. Given that Councillor McDonald's preference to name councillors, My question is, if they're not named, is there an do councillors in those portfolios, are they obliged to? I would hate to think I would be directed to be a representative on any advisory committee. I have an alternate view around advisory committees and the level of involvement, because that's why they are an advisory committee. So am I to understand that if it's planning and development, I'd hate to think that I'm going to be directed to be part of this. Councillor Megan can do if she so wishes, but I'd rather have the councillor's name there if that's the case, as long as there's no directive.
I think, and I don't disagree with you, Councillor Carl, but that discussion you've just had there is exactly the discussion that should take place between each group. You've flagged that you're happy for Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan then would represent planning and development, and that's a conversation. Similar conversation that I have with Councillor Shine. Councillor Shine is on there and he's the chair. So I would like to think that can happen between each group.
Anyone wishing to speak against the motion, formally against it? If not, I guess it comes time to close the debate. Unless you want to sum up, you've had a fair bit to say.
I've had a reasonable amount to say.
Yeah.
I think just to sum up, the enormity of this project we shouldn't lose sight of. This may change from time to time. In fact, after stage one is done, maybe it's a completely different story. Yep. So in its infancy, more than happy to support it.
Okay. Close the debate. Those in favour of the motion before you? Those against? You wish to have your vote recorded, Councillor? Oh, that motion is carried. Right, we move now. A bit easier territory, hopefully, and I'll call Anne-Marie Johnson, Acting General Manager in Finance and Business Strategy. Quite an entertaining morning.
Morning, councillors. Section 204 of the Local Government Regulation prescribes that statements must be presented to a meeting of the council at least on a monthly basis. This report is to present the monthly performance statement for the period ending 30th of June and for the full financial year. So you may recall that the original 2019-20 annual budget was adopted with a deficit of 6.9 million. This deficit was due to revenue recognition changes to Australian accounting standards. Budget Review 1, adopted in December 2019, reduced this deficit by 4.2 million to a deficit of 2.6. Council's Pandemic Response Stage 1 provided financial relief of 8.9 million in the form of a $125 rate rebate to residential and rural ratepayers, with a total of 8.7 million, and licence refunds to the value of 221,000. At that point in time, we carried out a reforecast of the 30th of June result, and at that time, we estimated it would be a 9.2 million deficit. So the result that has been presented to you today is a 9.1 million deficit. So we got it quite close there. Other points to note in the report as presented are rate arrears at 5.6%. So they're slightly higher than the target of less than 5% that we set ourselves. But this is actually a good result in that we have suspended all debt recovery activities for the last quarter of the year. Other points to note are Council's capital works budget, which was underspent by 41.9 million for the year. This was as a result of drought, fires, flood, and the pandemic, resulting on that programme delivery. And I can assure councillors that we have put measures in place for the delivery of the 2021 programme to ensure we're addressing the issues experienced last financial year.
Any questions for the GM?
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you very much. Thank you, General Manager Marie Johnston. Just in regard to the first dot point, Anne-Marie, in regard to the operating deficit of $6.9 million, that was the 2019-2020 annual budget that we adopted. There was a large component of that in regard to, and it's an anomaly, it's an anomaly. If you look at our long-term financial sustainability modelling with one of those barometers being a surplus, it was an anomaly for last financial year, and it's an anomaly for many reasons. But can you just explain to us the Australian accounting standards that were put in place and why that anomaly occurred, and subsequently for this current financial year, 2020-2021, if that will be a correction or it's been corrected?
So council levies rates 4 times a year, so 2 lots of general rates, 2 lots of water rates. So the final levy, or the generation, is April each year, with a due date of May. So the majority of rates are paid on time. Now, up until this current financial year, any rates that were paid, so we've got many ratepayers who are on payment plans, who pay on a weekly, fortnightly, monthly basis. And the change in Australian accounting standards said that we could no longer recognise what was paid in May and June this year as revenue. So it had to be recognised in the 2021 financial year. So this is no impact on our sustainability, it's just a timing measure of when council actually recognises the income. So it's a once-off hit to the bottom line.
Just have a follow-up comment, Mr Mayor, if you don't mind. And I guess the reason I've mentioned that, General Manager and councillors, is because that won't occur this year. But what we did find in the last financial year was a recovery by the organisation to enable us to deliver an over $8 million, nearly $9 million pandemic response, and still record a deficit just over $9 million, which was an extraordinary performance by the organisation. I wanted to mention that because when you read the papers in years to come and you see a deficit of that figure, it may not be recorded, the full history of what it meant to us at the time and what we've recovered through the year to deliver that. So had we not had a prudent oversight on the finances through that year, through the organisation and recovery, we could have seen a deficit upwards of $15 million, which would have been absolutely unsustainable. So I wanted to point that out, and then subsequently our budget review, which will be brought forward to September, October, will come to Council. There will be a close oversight, as there should be, on our capital works program. We've got a target of our annual budget of $165 million, as we all know, and a pandemic of $50 million, which will actually be carried forward from over 2 financial years. The 165 is where the close oversight is definitely on, and given the history and particularly even the most recent financial year, that target is seemingly achievable and attainable. I just wanted to make those comments because for history's sake, a deficit of that magnitude would be looked at as not being financially apt at what we're doing, but in actual fact the recovery and the reasons behind it have provided our council the opportunity to give our community a benefit through the pandemic and a relief measure that many other councils may not have been able to do.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. You wish to respond to that? No. Councillor Shine.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Could I, first of all, second the remarks of Councillor McDonald and convey to you and your people in your group our congratulations on the very professional and excellent manner in which our finances have been.
Thank you.
Carried. The fourth dot point under June implications refers to 147 micro grants which were paid as part of the pandemic response. Can you give us some more details about that as to how many did apply? 147 were granted. How many did apply, if you have that information? And also, if you could give us some idea, well, could you tell us how much was paid overall? And what were the amounts paid in each case? Were they always the same?
So I don't know how many were actually awarded, so thank you for the question. When we first introduced this measure, we identified that there was $45,000 within the budget to be spent in this area, and we spent $45,540 was the total. The grants ranged between $55 and $499, which was the maximum, and we've got a full detailed list of all the entities that have received them right across the range, right across the region. Just a couple of examples. U3A, the Flexi School, Teen Challenge, Scouts, so right across the region.
And the entire amount was paid out? The entire amount of...
The highest amount was $499, and that was the cap.
The total amount available was...
$45,547.
Paid.
Yes, that's what was in the original budget.
Are there any other questions for the GM? If not, would somebody like to move that the monthly performance statement as at the 30th of June 2020 be received? Mover please, Councillor McDonald. A seconder, Councillor Shine. Those in favour? Motion is carried. Thank you very much. Move then to the Planning and Development Group report.
Good morning, councillors and Mr Mayor. Back in the 4th of June, we kicked off the City Centre Master Plan community engagement, which finished on the 10th of July, and we received about 2,000 visits in those 5 weeks on Council's Your Say page, with people wanting to provide ideas and thoughts and their experiences with the city centre and the City Centre Master Plan. So that was pretty good, given that this is just the beginning of the process. Also, we've been putting together the economic profile, which I think all councillors have a copy of that profile, and that one does a bit of a summary right across council's economic base. It talks about the various elements in the economy that makes it up, and then we have other documents that sort of have a closer look at the various areas, such as building and development, health and well-being, and the various other major sections in our community. And they're all worth mentioning, actually. There's advanced manufacturing, health and well-being, agriculture, transport and logistics, and food product manufacturing. They are 5 key areas that make up our economy. So these documents are available. They're also available through TISBE and I think the state government's office. And we have hard copies available for any councillors that might like to send them to anyone that they want to send them to, but also they are on the website. I think the only other thing I'd say is that we've kicked off 9 studies, or we'll be starting 9 major studies associated with the planning scheme, overall planning scheme, which includes the growth plan and the LGIP, as well as the planning scheme itself. So those 9 studies will be feeding into the review of those 3 major documents. And I guess in terms of how our building industry is going, a bit of a reminder of things may be improving due, I think, principally to the efforts of the federal government with its $25,000 contribution to not to first home buyers, but to new home builders and renovators. There's been a significant increase in the number of searches being done. There's been a bit of a surge over the last 3 weeks, and that's a bit of an indicator that property is changing hands. People are actually buying property, and one can only assume that that relates to the vacant land that's being sold at the moment, and hopefully will be built on very soon. I might leave it there, councillors. The rest of the report relates to various statistics in our development services area and our development engineering area and regional architecture. and heritage service area. So, questions?
Any questions? Councillor Shine?
Thank you. You mentioned the City Master Plan Community Engagement program is going well and it's yet to be concluded, I think. But can you tell us if there have been received any novel or interesting suggestions that are worthwhile mentioning today, or are you precluded from doing that?
That'd be telling. Look, I can't give you any real ideas at this stage, unfortunately. I haven't read any of those submissions, but we'll certainly be coming back to Council fairly soon to update Council on where we're going there. If councillors are interested, I can get a bit of a summary of some of the ideas that are coming through, but I understand there's some really good thoughts and ideas that have come through and are continuing to come through.
Councillor Von Hoff?
Mr Chair, through you, thank you very much, Mr Summers, for that. My question also relates to the City Centre Master Plan community engagement, and I can expect that, yes, we'll receive that summary in a briefing. Councillors also expect to have the opportunity to go through those raw comments and see in total what people are saying?
Absolutely. Yep, that will be available.
Any other questions for the Jam? Oh, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan?
City Centre Master Plan, making us all excited. Mr Summers, I have a question about it too. I've been approached by two groups just this week, the Mothercraft Childcare Centre and the NDIS, and they're interested in how they can stay involved with the process now. Can you please explain how that will be?
Yes, go to our website. There's plenty of information on the website in regard to this major project, and they can go through the portal there, or in fact contact yourself or me if they wish to get in contact with some of our officers. Certainly, yeah, look, we're most enthusiastic to hear from as many people as possible in regard to the city centre. It is a key area, major part of our region, and certainly a major economic driver for this part of the state. So most keen to hear from anybody who has an idea or a thought or issues that they wish to bring up.
Second question.
Mr Mayor, just for the follow-up, I understand too if they register on the website that they register their interest to be informed of any ongoing consultation. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I did miss that question. Sorry.
That they can register on the website that they be informed of any further consultation. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Yep.
Me?
Sorry about that. I've just got someone turning up here in a moment, and she just sent me a message. A question, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's a great example of the Your Say medium, I guess, that's in operation through council. With now we've got over 4,000 subscribed users of Your Say. So SA, the City Centre Master Plan consultation has certainly boosted those numbers. Mr Summers, through you, Mr Mayor, if I could, the Building Certification Service, and there's conversation or discussion in there around the challenge for the organisation achieving cost neutral or better. And I gather that's as a result of the quantum of inquiries, the quantum of certification that's needing to be done, and the quantum of what each of those may be, value. Is there, and I know the certification, you've spoken in the past to councillors around the changes that may be occurring, is there a way in which we need to, as an organisation, monitor that more closely as far as a cost-neutral service to the industry is concerned, or is it a concern that you should bring to the table for a further discussion?
I think basically our certification unit was travelling in the black until the COVID-19, and I think there's been a similar downturn in business in most certification areas. I can only imagine that once we start to see the results of the federal government incentives coming through, that that will be an upturn in activity with our certification group. For a while there, our cert group was looking at mainly approving sheds and extensions to houses and those sorts of low fee activities, if we can put it that way. And I think in terms of looking around the industry generally, that was pretty much the case. That's changing already. There are actual detached housing applications and some unit applications coming through which tend to generate greater activities and fee generation. And we do work on fee generation. It's a fee for service activity. The only other issue that I guess is a bit different with council's certification group to the private practitioner out there is that there is a community service obligation that goes with our cert group. I've asked that it be costed because we provide internal service and advice and what have you, which doesn't occur with other practitioners. I've had an approximate figure of around $50,000, but I've asked for further and better details in regard to that and how it was worked out. But I think that combined with the current activity, we're probably back in the black. But we were struggling there for a little while in terms of dipping into the red.
Thank you.
Did I answer that?
Yes, you did. Thank you.
Another question?
Follow-up question, not really, nothing related to that, but sparked my attention, and Chair of this area, Councillor O'Hara Sullivan raised it, I think, at the last meeting in regard to the Heritage Advisory Committee, the self-drive heritage tour book.
Yes.
A formal announcement launch being developed, and I understand through COVID that's been a little difficult to do, but I suggest that there's probably no greater example of the benefits of advisory committees than this one. Currently, when we're out calling for advisory members for the Regional Active Public Transport, calling for the disability group, the youth group, this would be a great one to show up as an example of what can be achieved by that cohort and perhaps have them included in that launch with Councillor Megan. Really a comment more than anything, and I know this.
Yeah, but you pick up a very good point. I mean, the Heritage Committee works very well, and there was a subcommittee of that committee that actually put together that brochure, and they worked very hard on it and have produced a really good document, and through a very minimal amount of funding from council in terms of publishing it, and it's come through again with a really good product, and it's continued to do that Heritage Committee. They're a very dedicated bunch of residents and professionals.
Councillor Megan.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Mr Summers, just looking at the figures, 626 inquiries, including phone, counter applications, counter customer service requests were handled by the technical advice officers in June, and this is up 140 more from the previous month. Do you have, are those phone calls analysed in terms of what particular areas that are sort of generating the most work, I suppose?
You mean the type of development inquiry? Yes, we do keep stats on that. If you would like to get a copy.
As to
report on monthly.
Yeah, whether the 140 extra would have been related, whether we can see a trend there. Is that due to the stimulus or exactly trying to analyse what the extra activities come from?
Yes, it does vary from month to month, all I can say is that there's a fair fluctuation throughout the year from month to month. Around Christmas time, our development inquiries fall right away, and they start to pick up around end of February, early March, and then it does vary. But we get monthly stats on that, so I can distribute those to councillors just for interest.
Okay, any other questions? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor Megan. Seconder, please. Councillor Taylor. Those in favour? It's carried. Councillors, I've indicated to some of you around the table this morning that there's been a fair bit of new updated information we've received in respect to a matter that we now need to bring up in general business. So I'll probably need your consent to change the program here to bring this matter forward in general business. We need one motion or two. We need to change the timetable because we've got Joe Shepherd down the back who's driving this bid through this matter through the university. And secondly, we'd need to have that discussion and attempt to make some sort of decision. You've moved that, Councillor?
Move to bring general business forward to this.
Yep. And Councillor Von Hoff, those in favour? Joe, if you could make your way down, please. But if I can just give you an update as to where we are and recent information that we've received. Okay, I wish to bring a matter forward in respect to CRC collaborative bid funding, which includes a significant broad-scale university and community support for I guess, a serious look at the whole Murray-Darling Basin in this area. So I'm happy to move that, I seek your permission. Happy to move we bring it forward, and Councillor McDonald has seconded that. Those in favour? It's carried. So I guess that there's been some updated information that we've received in the last, in my office in the last 24 hours or so that has meant that this matter has to come before Council before this coming Friday. Now, it's a collaborative approach, CRC, and the bid will be between the University of Melbourne. They'll also include our university, the USQ, Joe represents them, the Goyder Institute for Water Research, the Australian National University, the Charles Sturt University, and the Bureau of Meteorology. And they want to address the challenges and the opportunities there are in the Surat Basin. I have indicated very early by letter to the bid proponents that we would bring this matter forward to Council at a given date. We have arranged that there be an information session on the 11th of August. I have received notification in the last little while that Dr. Wendy Craik has been appointed the chair of the bid, so what it would appear that in discussions I've had this morning with some of the local regional councils, Western Downs Regional Council will be supporting this bid. They expect at tomorrow's meeting, as will Gundawindi Regional Council. There's an irrigation group in the Lockyer Valley who have an interest in it as well as possibly, and obviously it will have to be, the Southern Downs Regional Council. The most recent information that's come to my office has clearly indicated that our support for the bid, which will until January 2021 be non-binding and subject to change, but the bid is due by this coming Friday. That was a matter that my office did not understand. We were in fact preparing we thought the letter that I had written would be appropriate for support. It's a normal support letter, but it has to be in stronger terms. So I've told you that the bid is non-binding. We got a deputation coming here on the 11th of August to give us a full rundown, and that will inform us. The bid post January 21 will then be binding. Is that true?
So thank you for having me, and please excuse my casual attire. I've literally hopped off the couch with a day's schedule of Zoom meetings to come down so that I can answer questions. But thanks for having me, yes. So yeah, what the Mayor said is right. So USQ is putting in a collaborative CRC bid. with a number of other universities. So USQ and Melbourne Uni are the leads on this bid. The bid is it's called One Basin, and it's in relation to a 10-year research project which is closely aligned with industry, which is going to look at the Murray-Darling Basin catchment all the way from the top all the way down to the bottom, and it's around healthy environment of the catchment, but also sustainable communities and economies. So it's a holistic approach. I think it's a fabulous vehicle that will help collaboratively drive particularly water initiatives, but basin sustainability initiatives in terms of research, but also in terms of adaptation by industry, which I think is probably the key from a practical perspective, that the research actually is implemented, which is not always the case in Australia. So in terms of what we're asking from councils, and Paul's right, we've been to see actually the couple of northern New South Wales councils, because if the bid is successful, USQ will lead the northern hub, which will include north of New South Wales all the way into Queensland to the top of the basin. So we will be the lead on that. So we've been to see all of the relevant councils. The bid is due to go in very soon, as Paul said. The councils are choosing to support the bid, and I've just bought my laptop so I get this right. So there's 3 opportunities to be a partner or indicate your support as a partner. Tier 1, which is we're not expecting, but I'll just give you the information. Tier 1 is 300,000 in cash plus 600 in kind. So we've got a number of Tier 1 partners. Most of them are industry partners. Tier 2 is a minimum of 150 cash a year in kind. So that's for a 10-year project, and 300,000 in kind. Tier 3, which is what we've been approaching the local councils to become, is cash and in kind as appropriate, which we think's appropriate for our local government partners. So, as Paul said, there is specific paperwork around making that commitment so that we can include it as part of the CRC bid. The commitment is not binding, and which is kind of weird from the world that we all work in, but as I learn more about CRC bids, if we are successful in this bid, we will know in January, at which case we come back to all of our partners and then set up binding arrangements. That project then doesn't start till October. So the reason that the partner indications are non-binding is that it could be a year before you actually start work. So I think it's reflective of, today someone might sign up as a Tier 1, but as it gets 12 months, stuff can change. So in the CRC world, it would be unusual ethically, which is probably what you guys are thinking about. Yes, legally it's non-binding, but we don't want to commit to something that we're then going to pull out of ethically. So probably, in my view, ethically, to sign up to be a Tier 1 partner and then pull out would probably not sit well with a lot of people. But to sign up to a Tier 3 partner, which is really by negotiation as appropriate, it's more than usual if the bid gets up for us to come back to you in January and then work through the particulars of how you might support. So I personally feel quite comfortable with it, but obviously if you guys have any questions, I think that's really why I'm here, Paul, so that you can better understand and feel comfortable yourselves.
Okay, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I think this is a great project and has the capacity to make a lot of difference, but this council, first I heard about this was about 9:15 last night or something like that. I think it's negotiable, I suppose. I'm happy for council to be in principle supporters, but I want to see an information session here with presentation to us. It's not our money, and I think that we need to understand the pros and cons or what this might bring to our region, and for that reason I'm not prepared to commit to $50,000. I know it says 50,000 or in kind, but I think that perhaps that could come, we could change that after our information session where we as councillors understand exactly, or somewhat understand exactly what's being proposed here and how that would benefit our community, which I'm sure it will, but I think we just have not had the opportunity at this point to have the information on that. And Joe, thank you very much for coming here today, because I understand that, you know, it's very difficult to give us a up-to-speed thing in those few minutes. So that's what I would suggest, Mr Mayor. And I think probably, you know, we have an obligation, should this be of benefit to us, to be involved. But I think it's a bit hard to see it at 9 o'clock and vote in support of our community's money being spent without having any of the detail on it.
So can I just make a comment, Paul?
Yes.
Just that might help. Obviously, if the CRC bid is successful, and we're competing nationally on the CRC bid silly season, it is at the moment, everyone's putting their bids in, the project will go for 10 years. At any time during that 10-year period, there's opportunity for other partners to get involved. The reason we're so enthusiastic about getting all the councils to indicate their support now is that A, it will significantly help us win the bid if all the councils have indicated that they want to be partners. And the other thing, Councillor Taylor, is that any indications of cash up front in the bid process now, the federal government leverages 2 to 1. So that's obviously a big benefit if the bid is successful. If you were to indicate today an amount of money, again, it's not binding, but it will. It's legally not binding, but it will significantly help us get the bid up. And if we are successful, that amount will be leveraged 2 to 1, which is good. If you don't decide to do that today, then if we win the bid, there's opportunities to become involved at any stage over that 10-year period. But the support of all the councils in the catchment obviously will help us significantly in terms of our potential success or not.
So if I could have a follow-up, I mean, it says money or in kind, and you say that it's not binding. If council makes a commitment, of course it's binding. That's what we feel. You know, you wouldn't say something and then go and change your mind. And that's where I have this conflict, because I want to support it, but I don't know anything about it. And I think, I don't know whose fault that is, but I think, you know, to be honest, yes, this council should be involved, should it be very beneficial. Of course we should. We should be supporting it. But I'm conflicted about it because I don't have the information I need to make a decision.
Councillor Megan? Oh, did you want to answer that, or?
No, we did do a bit, and there's no blame on the communication. We did do a presentation a month or so ago, and I'm not sure what's happened in the process, Paul, but we're happy to wear that as much as anyone. But
Councillor Megan and then Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Joe, thank you very much. The same. I tried to read as much as I could last night, and I understand that this, the CRC, is independent research, and given the history of the Murray-Darling, there seems to be such a need for it. My worry is, my question is, what is the bid exactly? Like, what are you're bidding for? Federal funding, I imagine, is that right? And the other thing that I guess my concerns are, not knowing anything about it, is if you haven't got government buy-in, or do you feel that this will give you government buy-in? Like, there's been so many inquiries, so many commissions done into the Murray-Darling, and you know, is this just another one? That's my worry.
yeah, so that's a good question, Councillor Megan, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. I have to think hard to remember all your last names. So CRC bids, by their very nature, have significant government buy-in because they are funded 2 to 1 by the federal government. So if the bid is successful, that will indicate significant federal government buy-in. We've had notification from the state government today, which is really pleasing. So they are coming on board as a Tier 2 partner in a whole of government component. So we were dealing with the different departments in the state government, but they've come forward as a whole of government approach. So that's been a very big positive. I think in terms of the Murray-Darling Basin, yes, it's been political, but in my view, a lot of the challenges or a lot of the limitations have been around, there actually has been good work done. but there's a gap between good work being taken up by industry and by communities, like the actual changes being made. So that's where this CRC bid seeks to go, to get a closer relationship between research around, whether it's environmental, whether it's economies, whether it's new way of water use, whatever it is, the research, but then the extension work, which actually helps industry and communities take that research up to make the change. So from my perspective, I think it's the next step where we are trying to move away from that political, discussion into actual tangible projects that people take up, industry and community take up on the ground. So I don't anticipate the CRC being a political beast. Traditionally, they're not. And if we are successful with this one, it'll be supported by the feds and also by the state, which is a great outcome. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
I think there's tremendous potential for this, if we're involved, to inform us considerably on our water futures and that kind of thing. Water efficiency, a whole range of things. If you look at, the amount of loss in our water system now, all those sort of things, there's a whole range of issues that this could well help us with and inform us. Councillor Rebecca?
Thanks, Mr Chair. Through you, thank you, Joe, for coming in at late notice to help inform councillors and answer some questions. I wondered if you might be able to talk a little bit about the potential benefits to Toowoomba Regional Council if we were to support the bid.
So I think if you were able to support the bid today, and then more importantly, if we actually win the bid, and then we come back in January with firmer discussions, if you are a partner for the 10-year project, then you will have strategic buy-in, which means you'll actually be able to have input into the types of research projects, the types of initiatives that the bid takes part in or leads in the Northern Hub. If you're not a partner of the bid, as a stakeholder, over the 10-year period, you will still have the ability to become involved. So say there's a project, a water project, that's of interest to TRC, and I'm just thinking off the top of my head, just say you want to work with the other councils on looking at a grid solution for water, whatever it is, as a stakeholder, you will be able to come to the bid and say this is of interest for us, and at that stage you may be able to contribute cash or in kind to drive that research project through the bid. So there's always opportunity to be involved, but I think from my perspective what it will provide is a collaborative vehicle where we can actually do research and implement change in the water space, which not only through my dealings with USQ but in other roles that I have, that's what I think we're actually missing. There's a lot of concern around water, but that collaborative vehicle where you can actually research stuff and then implement stuff is what we are actually all missing. So if we are successful with the bid, be assured there's going to be ample opportunity for you guys to get involved as necessary over the 10 years. I guess today's more about whether you guys are comfortable to indicate that you will be a supportive partner so that will help us win the bid. So it's does that answer your question?
Okay, I've got Councillor McDonald, Councillor Shine, Councillor Carl.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Joe, for coming in, such short notice. Really appreciate it. And I'm enthused by this project simply by way of collaboration between the universities, government and industry, the CRC model. It's a great model, so I'm enthused by that. The subject matter I didn't know much about until last night, so I can't really comment on that, and that's why this question follows. In regard to the dollar for $2, does that relate, or does that still continue on past when the bid is successful?
So yes, is the short answer. So the cash is 2 for 1, matched by the feds, and that will be for the life of the 10-year program by the feds. But
yes.
But so the other thing to probably say is, so we win, so we come back in January and then we do a binding agreement and you guys put in X dollars. You can indicate for 1 year or you can go for the full 10 years. But the 2 for 1 is upfront from the feds. That's why it's so valuable, I guess.
from the first time you put it in. So what I'm trying to get to a point where this council provides a level of comfort that would be beneficial for the application, yet not commit to a dollar figure, because we do have constraints right across our budget, and particularly this financial year, understanding this will go into the next financial year when it's enacted. If it's October 2021, I'm just wondering what value there is to this, a letter from this council on behalf of our community to support it without a dollar figure attached. Is that a critical component?
So the letter of support's probably not useful in the CRC bid, but you can. The other option is that you could today resolve to sign up as a partner, an in-kind partner. So there's no indication of cash, and there's in the forms that were sent through. There's a form where you work through. You know, in-kind might be sharing data, water data that you guys have already got. Might be allocating FTE of staff members. You've actually got to kind of work it through. It's not complex though. So you can sign up as an in-kind partner, which is still good, but in-kind's not matched in the 2-to-1, but it's still good because USQ in their bid can show that TRC's indicated that they want to be a partner, so that will assist in us being competitive in the bid. But the 2-for-1 dollar matching is only on cash, if that makes sense.
So if I could just have a quick follow-up. So it's more, if it's an in-kind, it's more information sharing in the initial stage that we could provide as a council with the work that we've got, which would be a benefit to the organisation. I'm conscious of when these bids go in, if they don't have a dollar figure attached to them, they don't have as much weighting, but I'm given some comfort that it would still have some bearing on it.
Yes, yes.
If that's the case, I would be more comfortable to be able to support a motion to that effect.
Stronger in kind. Yep. Now, I think, have a think, we've got a lot to offer. Flood studies for a start. Councillor Shine.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Joe, for coming in today and acknowledge the really significant work that USQ does in this space. I'm just wondering what Commonwealth Department controls this bidding process of the CRCs. Under which minister is it?
I actually don't know that, Kerry. I'm a newcomer to USQ. I don't know big words, and I'm learning them though. But yeah, that would be easy for me to find out, so I can follow up with that. I'm just not sure what portfolio the federal one, the CRC, falls under. It's probably science and innovation, but I'll check that and I can let you know. Yeah.
Well, we bought, before we go to Councillor Carl, just indicate we bought Minister Lynham into a discussion there one day, and he...
Which was really useful, Mr Mayor, because we were having a bit of difficulty with the state government, like talking to the different departments, and we had a good Zoom with Paul and Minister Lynham, which significantly helped us get whole of government, state government support for the bid, which has been really, really good.
Lynham wasn't aware of it as well as we were. I'd had a discussion with him, so then we organised a Zoom and we got him.
Yeah, it was good, really good.
Councillor Carl?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Hey, thanks, Joe, for coming. Just a question. Can you briefly outline the phases of this project given the 10 years? And the reason why I'm asking is because we know that the longer something goes, the greater the risk, the less chance on return on investment. I'm not necessarily referring to the dollar import here of any stakeholder. It's more importantly about the outcomes for everyone. And you've alluded to studies being translated or implemented into real outcomes, and that's what I'm concerned about, because I think, you know, we go back a long way around Murray-Darling, and many years ago we've worked on that, and you've rightfully said there's a plethora of work that's been done. So I'm just want to understand if you've got any preliminary stuff.
That's a good question, Councillor Carl. And so what I like about this bid is, yes, it's a 10-year project, which I think we need a decade actually to get good research done and to implement it on the ground to make change. So I'm happy about the length of it. But the model of the CRC bid is that there's going to be 4 hubs along the I call it the creek. It's clearly not a creek, but along the Murray-Darling Basin catchment, there'll be 4 hubs. So as I said earlier, we will drive the northern hub. So there'll be a team based up here in the northern end of the catchment. It's a good question because I didn't mention about the governance. So there'll be, if the CRC bid's successful, there'll obviously be CRC board, and Paul mentioned the chair. But each hub will then have a regional governance structure. So there'll be a sub-board basically to work with our crew on the ground here, and that board will be all local partners, local stakeholders who will all feed into projects. So that gives me a lot of comfort when you think about trying to get tangible outcomes, that it'll really be it'll be driven from the ground up. So there'll be opportunities for the partners to actually be on that board, but also stakeholders. Like if you're not an initial partner, I don't want you to feel like you can't be involved, because you can. So stakeholders, you might come in 4 years' time and go, right, we've got this pressing issue around this water issue that affects us, also affects 3 other councils downstream. Feed that into the local board, and then it's fed up as a project. So does that explain? Yeah.
Just one more, if I.
One more, Councillor Carl.
Joe, is there any thought from your experience around this at the moment, given impacts of climate change, effects on the environment, all those sorts of things, as some of the grassroots basis for this, albeit, is there any thinking around integrating basins? I know it's called one basin, Murray-Darling, but integrating catchments, i.e. flowing into the Murray-Darling, dare I say a network or a type approach, larger type, like it's nation building stuff?
Yeah, definitely. It is called one basin, so the focus is on the Murray-Darling Basin catchment. But as we all know, with water, it's all connected. Which is why we were very pleased to see that the 2 irrigation groups, Paul, which I forget the names of them, but in the Lockyer, who have come on board because they see, even though they're not in the basin, they see that it's going to be important for them to be involved in the collaborative vehicle. So it would definitely be my hope, but that will be up to the regional board. So regionally, if we think that's important, if we want to include projects that are kind of outside the basin but linked to the basin, then that's all doable.
Councillor Von Hoff.
Not a question, Mr Chair, but a proposal, I suppose, that Council today indicates support, financial support, it's non-binding.
You're moving a motion, I guess?
Yes, I suppose. If there's other questions, I can wait, but I just thought we were sort of at that point.
Tell us what you want to do, and if it forms the basis of a motion, and it's, we've had a fair bit of discussion around this, and I'm happy to have more, but, if you want to test the meeting, that's fine.
Okay, so what I'm thinking is that Toowoomba Regional Council indicates support non-binding, a non-binding financial commitment of $50,000 plus in-kind support. No, either or and that when we have an information session on August 11, that Council discusses some KPIs that we can put around that. And my reason for doing this is that then I feel that it satisfies concerns within Council, if there are still lingering concerns. It gives us an opportunity to continue with support or not, and it also allows the bid to leverage that 2-to-1 that they need by this Friday for their bid to be competitive on a national scale.
So we'll hold that for a moment. Councillor Taylor, you want...
So, Mr Mayor, just a clarification of what was asked. I don't think it says 50,000 and in kind. I think it says 50,000 or in kind, I believe. But the other thing to me, I can't believe that we've seen this proposal at 9:30, 9:40, whatever it was last night, and we're being expected to support this financially today.
I agree with you.
I am sorry. I want to see council involved. I understand the pluses for a council of our size to be supportive of this, and I'm sure we are. But the fact is, how were we missed in the communication and the presentation to this council? I think that regardless of all the good that it is, and I just feel that we've put the cart before the horse here. And I think that, and it's no disrespect to you, Joe, at all, or to what USQ is trying to do, but I wonder why other councils have been presented to and we haven't. I find that very difficult to understand, and I don't think it should be interpreted that I'm not supportive of it, because I certainly am, as someone who's lived in Dirranbandi and then in Gundawindi, and, you know, water, we have had many organisations working in this space, but as you say, and I think that's the best explanation I've heard, we've had all these things that are sitting there on the shelf, all this information's there, but nothing's been done with it. No one's picked it up and run with it or used it as a basis for decision making. And for that reason, I think it's you know, it's has the potential to be very beneficial to everyone. But the fact of the matter is, I can't look at something at 9:30 one night and make a decision on it the next day.
Councillor Taylor, if I could just explain that, and look, we received many requests at my office, and when this request came in, we very deliberately went about and checked with Brian and began to work on when we could have an information session. We sent off a letter of support, just a mayoral letter of support, and I do 2 or 3 a day, that we would bring it to council and give it some consideration. And we talked about the very things you've talked about, how good it would be for the community to have this study done, and you know, we'll take this to council and we'll get the report. That's what we thought the issue was. Now, I found out about the same time as you that there were other matters, there were other wheels turning, there were other things that happened. And you know, I don't know whether I've got to apologise for that or on behalf of somebody else, but that information did not get to me. And we've been working on this since about 8 o'clock this morning. I think Brian and Councillor Von Hoff and myself have been working on it in an attempt to try and get some clarity, because the cut-off date is Friday. And that was something that I was not aware of. Now, I can't explain that, why I wasn't aware of it.
So I'll just clarify to you, Councillor Taylor, so the support can be cash, it can be in-kind, or it can be both. Cash and in-kind.
Okay, so that actually, we're probably talking about nothing here. So we could say we supported in-kind, and then when council's had its workshop, information session, and council supports it, well, then it can be either or whatever, I guess. Or we could say either or in-kind until such times as we've had a look at it.
So yes. So like I said, there's opportunity through if we're successful, through the whole 10 years to get involved in whatever level is appropriate. If from USQ's perspective, if we don't get the indication from TRC of cash or in-kind support by the end of this week, we can't include it in our bid application, which means it won't support us competing on the national stage with this bid. That's that perspective. Yeah.
And we, just as follow-up, we would want to be involved, I'm sure. It's just
yes,
that
I'm sure too.
In information, and I believe that this council would want to be involved. So perhaps that's the way round it, Mr. Mayor, in that we just have it like it is, and then we have information and we confirm.
Well, it appears we've got to quantify something in some way, but this is the first time I've sort of struck anything of this nature that has actually got that codicil over the top of it that is non-binding. It's most unusual in local government. Normally, if you make a decision, you've made a decision, and that's that. So that's another issue. But look... Can
I just get qualification?
Yes.
Same question I asked prior, Joe, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on Councillor Von Hoff's motion and the reasons being that it will be matched 2 for 1 for the federal government, just confirming my question earlier that whether we have that in now or we actually join as part of it once the bid's successful and just leave as in kind in this case, it will still be matched 2 for 1. in that first introduction of dollars that go from this council if it chooses to do so?
No, so sorry, I may have not explained last time you asked, Jeff, but so whatever goes in with the bid this Friday, so just say you're going to support us with $10, this bid, that's matched 2 for 1. Anything after this Friday is not matched 2 for 1.
Well, that's contrary to what you said earlier. That's why I'm...
And then, sorry if I've misexplained, and in kind, which if you wanted it to be included in the bid, there's actually on the form you work through point 2 of FTEs, and there's actually a dollar figure on that, but that's in kind. That's not matched 2 for 1. So in kind's not matched 2 for 1. Cash is matched 2 for 1 only if it goes in with the bid. So anything after the bid is not matched 2 for 1. But anything after the bid, you guys have every opportunity to get involved in whatever way is appropriate. So it's not like you can't be involved, but what we're trying to convey is that support to make our bid really competitive against everyone else's and to leverage that 2 for 1. So if you sign up to $10 saying, yep, we're in, we want to do in kind and we're also going to contribute $10, then if our bid is successful, we will then get another 20 matched to that, irrespective of whether you then change that amount to $5 down the track. Does that make sense?
It makes sense other than the fact that, so once the bid's successful, council, the passage of time will be close to 7 months. If it's successful in January, council could then make a decision on the financial commitment it makes. And that could be matched 2 for 1.
That can't be matched 2 for 1.
Oh, well, that's different to what we said earlier. So this is where it's important to have a dollar figure if this council decides to.
Absolutely.
That's where the non-binding is a critical part of this decision-making, providing that's clearly spelt out in the motion, which it isn't at the moment. It needs to be, because this council needs to go through budget reviews 1 and 2 prior to a decision that we would include dollars. I'm not saying we wouldn't, but it needs to go through that process. So non-binding must be included in that motion, otherwise I'll have a difficulty supporting it.
And I think that the actual, yes, agreed, but the actual documentation that you would sign is legally non-binding, and that is commonplace in CRC bids, even though it does sound weird to us, and it is because of the length of time. So it's unrealistic for me to stand here today and for you to say, I'll give you $10 if we're successful. It doesn't start until the end of next year, and your position may have completely changed if you're an industry partner or a council partner or whatever. So legally, even if you didn't have it in your resolution, it's non-binding. So,
Councillor Von Hoff and then Councillor Megan.
Just if I can comment, it's almost like we're in debate here, which is unfortunate.
no, I feel exhausted. I was having a quiet day today.
I respect that information about the form. This is a public meeting whereby this is a record. So if we don't have non-binding in the motion, it won't be non-binding. We need to have non-binding, and we've included that in there, so I'm happy.
Yep.
Councillor Von Hoff and then Councillor Megan, and I don't know about you people, but it's round about food time, and we'll better start considering what we do in the next half hour or so.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. It's actually just a minor change. I think I was actually answering a question from Councillor Taylor, and Wendy included the words either or. So it's actually supposed to be commitment of non-binding financial commitment of $50,000 and in-kind support. That's the motion.
Councillor Taylor, you want to say something?
The request is not for 50,000 and in-kind support. That's not what the request is asking for. As I've read it.
Yep.
So
the request says 50,000 and or in-kind support.
And or.
Correct.
And or. It doesn't say 50,000 and plus in-kind support. That's not what it says.
And the in-kind support is valued and
The in-kind support is valued.
it is...
It's not matched 2 for 1, but it is valued because when they assess the CRC bids, they'll go through and go, right, who's got actual skin in the game.
That's why, sorry, I don't want the or in there because Otherwise, it doesn't strengthen the CRC one basin bid, because the only time that they can leverage 2 to 1, the non-binding financial commitment, is until Friday.
Question, Mr Mayor, if I might, please, through you to Joe. What are other councils doing? Are they doing 50,000 plus in-kind support, or 50,000 and or in-kind support?
So the other two councils who are our key partners, Gundawindi's one, are actually meeting today and tomorrow, and they're considering the 50,000 plus in kind.
But they haven't decided on it yet.
But no, they haven't decided on it yet.
So the request asks for 50,000 and or.
And or. So, I mean, it's up to you guys. It's what you guys are comfortable with. Our preference is cash and in kind. If you are able to indicate that that's what you're going to support, then that's our preference. One back from that would be cash, because we can leverage that 2 to 1. One back from that would be in kind, because at least we can still demonstrate that our key partner here in the council is indicating that they're going to be a partner and they've actually got some skin in the game in terms of in kind. Worst case from all of that would be nothing included in the bid.
Okay, now, Councillor Megan, then Councillor Melissa.
Mr Mayor, Joe, the part that I'm really struggling with is that we can say we're going to contribute 50,000, you get paid 2 for 1, 100,000 from the feds for that, and then we say we're not going to, because it's non-binding, we're not going to put in that 50,000. That to me is disingenuous somewhere. So to my mind, if we're committing to the 50,000 almost as a goodwill, we have to commit to that. I can't see, even though it says non-binding, I can't see, you know, that they would pay you, given that we said that we're going to contribute this fund. So
yeah, so I completely understand where you're coming from. And in the CRC world, which has all been new to me, so I've learned a lot in the last 6 months, if you were to sign up as a Tier 1 partner, which is a significant contribution, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash and more in kind, it would be very unusual if that bid, whatever it was, got up and then they went back to that partner and they pulled out. That would be really unusual. So that's Tier 1, probably unusual for Tier 2. Tier 3 is really around offering partners that flexibility who want to get involved, but, you know, can't commit X a year out. So in a way, even though it is weird, I think it's actually a good way of doing it, because you're able to allow people to say, yes, we want to be involved, and then go back to them if the bid's successful. Because if the bid's not successful, then, you know, other partners, smaller partners, have agonised around this big commitment that's actually not even transpired because of the delays in time. So I think in the CRC world, if you're a Tier 3 contributor, which is a much smaller contribution in terms of the scheme of things, it's more than normal to go back to them and for there to be some changes. So it might be that people want to contribute more now that the bid's actually a reality and we've, you know, got leverage and we've got partners. This is a real opportunity. How can we get involved in more? That happens sometimes. Or people go, well, our position's changed a little bit. We still want to be involved, but it's only going to be in kind. Or so even though it does seem strange, in the CRC world, I think it kind of works. But I think for a Tier 1, that would be unusual. If you've committed to be a Tier 1 and then if the bid gets up and you pull out, that would be unusual. That would, yeah, not really be the norm.
Councillor Melissa?
I think Councillor Megan's got a supplementary.
You want a second question?
I just if make a comment, if I could, Mr Mayor. You know, we agonised this morning about the Toowoomba North Bowls Club and process, and I'm not sure that I'm comfortable with the process here.
Councillor Melissa?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think, Joe, and thanks for coming this morning. To me, I think the critical part of this is that we know that it's non-binding, and I take on board what has been said around the table, and it is highly unusual. But at the end of the day, it's non-binding, and it won't be actually funded, from what I can understand, until the end of next year. So there will be no money from the feds, say $100,000, until the end of next year. So we actually have that opportunity to pull out up until the feds say, okay, right, we're going ahead and it's been won. Is that correct?
So general timelines would be, we put the bid in about January. People get notified as to whether or not they're successful. At that point, we would then go to all of our partners and work up binding partnership agreements. The actual project is estimated to start around October, so it's anticipated that money wouldn't actually start flowing till then. But that kind of, a little bit vague, but that's kind of the guidelines, dependent on announcements and whatever.
So Joe, just to clarify then, we've actually then got until after the bid is put in January. You will then come back and say, we now need a binding agreement.
Yeah, so
Well, now, Friday, until then, it's non-binding, and we as a council can pull out at any time.
yes, that's correct.
Going forward, we need, or CRC, require a commitment, a non-binding commitment of cash to enable that 2 to 1 to come into play.
Yeah,
So it's not on in-kind support, and it's a non-binding 50,000 or whatever for us to then, or to enable us to give you the support that's required to get this project up and running.
yeah.
And without that, there's not a lot of foundation to the bid because we aren't a participating partner per se.
From our perspective, ideally we'd have our council partners all in the bid to show, when they assess the bid, that we've not only got industry and the state government, we've actually got the local government who want to be involved as well.
So at this stage, you're saying that the state government have given a commitment
Yep.
and the feds are giving a commitment of 2 to 1.
If we win the bid, they will, yeah.
So now it's down to local governments to then show their participation and support for it. And it's really required a $50,000 non-binding to really give it some oomph.
That would be great from our perspective. And then there's a range of industry partners as well. So it's really a whole of community collaboration.
Very holistic collaboration,
Yeah.
which I think going forward for water security and water future for our region, I think it's such an important submission, and I hope that we do support that and it's a successful bid.
I hope it's a successful bid too.
Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Joe. I'm just going through this email we received quite late last night, and I had a brief read, but this one says 50,000 per year. That one says 50,000. Is this a per year arrangement?
So it's a 10-year bid, but for this week, there is no commitment for 10 years. So if we won the bid, and if we come back to you in January, then we would talk to you about whether you want to put in cash and in kind for 1 year, whether you want to sign up for 10 years. If people sign up for 10 years, at any stage they can cancel. There's a notice period of 6 or 8 months or something. So it's indicative.
So we're just doing the 1 year today, and then we will revisit it probably in subsequent.
If we're successful. If we're successful, we'll come back to you around January and work through what cash contribution, if any, is possible, whether you're keen to be a partner for the 10-year bid, whether you're just keen to be a partner for 1 year. All of those details would be worked out if the bid is successful.
Thanks. It's a good clarification because 50,000 is a lot different to $500,000 10 years. But Mr. Chair, I'm happy to second Councillor Von Hoff's motion as it's written, that we offer non-binding financial of 50,000 and in-kind support. Thank you.
You wanted to say something, Councillor Tarr?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, before we get too carried away with all this, I support the research and other things, but don't kid ourselves this is going to give us any more water. We're at the top of the catchment. We're not going to get any more water out of this. So it's timely and appropriate that we support the investigations and the river health and all the things that come with that. But I'd very much doubt that Toowoomba Regional Council is going to have any more water out of it, because it's, we're at the top of the catchment, and we're not going to get any more water. But I'm happy to support it for the things that it will give us, and that we should be playing our role here, but not that motion the way it reads.
I think it's allowed us an opportunity or a stage on which to talk about future water. I really do. It won't be the complete solution, but it will be part of it. And the discussion that we had the other day with Minister Lynham, I think he's also, keen to see something done about. He's got a really good understanding of some of the options for this area of water, and I'm surprised at it, and particularly around the northern rivers of New South Wales. He's right over the top of it. So I'm pleased that he's involved, and that government department's involved. Is it rude of me to suggest they put a number on it, or are they just in?
No, they have put a number on it. I just can't. It's not actually my project, so I'm not across all the details. But they've put a number of it in terms of cash. I think they're tier 2, so that would mean.
I don't know if we need to know it.
No,
I just wondered if there was
and in kind. So they've done like money and in kind commitment, which is really good, and whole of government, which we were really pleased about, because we didn't want to be working with departments independently.
Okay, look, we've got a motion before us, so I think probably we've had a...
Can I just ask one question?
You ask one question, that's it. Brief.
If this motion is defeated, Joe, what's the value of having or included in there? Does that still give you 2 to 1 for your $50,000?
In my view, and I'm no expert and it's your decision, I think the motion needs to be either that motion or an in-kind motion, or can't do anything today motion, and we wait for, I think you can't have and or in your motion, because you need to sign the form which either says cash and in kind, just cash, or just in kind. So I'd imagine you'd want your motion to reflect what you're going to actually do.
Could we add to that, and we consider in-kind support post the briefing?
So I'd be fine to do that. So we'd say that council indicates support of a non-binding financial commitment of $50,000 and consider, no, sorry, Wendy, if you put it back in, and consider in-kind support to the, yep.
So that motion would make the paperwork easier, because you wouldn't have to work through all the FTEs.
$50,000 just straight like that,
and
as it stands now.
And that would go in with the bid, which would show that you're a key partner, and then that gives you the option of working through the rest later.
Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Carl, you got a question?
I'll just comment, if I may. It's not probably fairly sensible, as you suggest, Joe, from an application point of view, but there's a body of work for councillors to understand, or at least a session to understand the quantum of in-kind and how many people it pulls off their day job, and at what regularity that does, and what is the expected workload over a 10-year period. And I would imagine over a 10-year period, the life of the project, it could fluctuate from a little to a lot. So we probably need to understand or quantify what that in-kind support looks like.
And I think that's a fair comment, Mr Mayor, and I think if the bid's successful and we have 10 years worth of work, probably your in-kind as TRC may fluctuate over that period. You may have a whole heap of research projects that are being done, for 2 years, in which case you're working on it a bit, and then you may not. So I think the in-kind probably is reflective of what's going on.
If I may, look, at some point, given the fact that intercatchment thinking, aside from the Murray-Darling Basin, is possibly on the table, we may very well find ourselves in a position, given Water Futures, where council at some point in the future would see themselves contributing on a project-by-project basis for consideration, and our cash component may vary from time to time.
Definitely, I think that's most sensible.
Okay, any other discussion? Councillor Megan?
Mr Mayor, I just wondered whether I might foreshadow a motion if this motion is defeated. I could do that.
You can do that. or I can put the motion, we can find out if it does get through.
Okay, I just was wanting to foreshadow that if this doesn't go through, that we provide in-kind support at this stage.
Righto. Well, I'll close the debate, and the motion is in front of you. And that is, council indicates support for a non-binding financial commitment of $50,000 and consider in-kind support to the One Basin Cooperative Research Centre project. Those in favour? Motion is carried. Those against, who want?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I would, and not because I don't support the project, because I support the process in which it has come to us.
Yes.
And I really don't like it, and I think it is 50,000, which to a lot of people is not a lot of money, but 50,000 that we haven't got proper background on, despite Joe's best efforts. You should not be making these decisions on your feet.
No. Councillor Taylor, I've been very uncomfortable with this whole process that I've found out in the last 12 hours. But in saying that, I don't know if we have an option at this point in time. If we don't give the $50,000, we're probably not supporting it. That's just the position we've been forced into.
Well, I hope there's nothing else sitting in the background
Okay,
waiting to come to us in this fashion.
Mr Mayor,
Yep.
just for clarity, we may not even put $50,000 in yet if
That's exactly.
if the bid isn't successful. And it's a one-off. If it is successful, then that's the time to negotiate a yearly fee.
Okay. Now, councillors, it's getting quite late.
Second,
Do you
can I
want
go, Paul? Can I go?
Sorry?
Can I leave?
I don't know.
Can I just thank everyone for being so flexible and accommodating what's transpired?
You're going to a Skype meeting very soon?
Oh, yes, I am.
Yeah. I think I'm supposed to be on it at 1 o'clock.
Are you? Okay.
So,
Thank you very much, everyone.
so councillors, I'd imagine that it'd be reasonable. Thanks very much, Joe, for giving up your time at such short notice. Reasonable if we stop for lunch now?
Very reasonable.
Good idea. Anyone object to that?
So how long are we having for lunch, please?
Half an hour for lunch, is that okay? Would you like more, Councillor Taylor?
So I would like a few minutes more. I have a job to do, so...
Oh, okay. Well,
outside-
suggest to me, please, how long you would like to...
It's 1:05 now.
1:40. 1:45? 1:45? Yep. Hey? Resume it. Motion, please. Resume at 1:45. Councillor Von Hoff, Councillor McDonald. Those in favour? It's carried. Sorry about that. much for your indulgence and the way that we were able to have Joe Shepherd here and deal with what we had to deal with. I guess we've made a decision and we'll stick by that, of course, but I'm a bit puzzled about the whole thing as it came forward. But anyhow, that's the way it is. I've just been on a meeting with that group and I was able to tell them that we had made a decision formally at the meeting, and they were very excited about it. Very good indeed. So we'll move on now to item 10.2, which is the Water and Waste Services Group. Damien.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. In the interest of time, councillors, I might take the report as entirely read, and I'd just merely like to highlight our innovation, which has come from the waste services part of the business, which is in relation to an infographic which Matt uses. We've deleted any confidential stuff out of it, so this is open for anyone to look at. And it really assists with the toolbox talks, because sometimes my newsletter's out or the group report that we do share with our staff can be a little bit dry for them. And when we're out with our people out in the field, infographics help lead the conversation. Mr Mayor, may just take it at that.
Any questions? Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you to Damien. I've got a couple, if you don't mind. Damien, the first one just relates to that, and it's a great little infographic. I'm interested to get some understanding on the free mulch, maybe a timing thing, but the free mulch, Crow's Nest, Greenmount, the customers for those areas, Crow's Nest 30 customers, Clifton 1, Greenmount 15, Greater Toowoomba Waste Management Facility 3, Clyneton 3, Fitzworth 5. So just Crow's Nest and Greenmount obviously stand out significantly. I'm just wondering why they are the case.
Well, let's ask the expert. Matt?
Might be a question on notice, Matt. I'm not sure.
Morning, good afternoon, councillors. Essentially, it just relates to where mulch is available at the time and the level of desire for customers to take mulch. We generally have mulch available at every site, every day of the year, for people to self-load.
Okay. There was certain, if I could follow up, there were certain times of the month you could go and get mulch advertised previously, so now it's available as a free-for-all any time, is it?
Correct, yeah. Load yourself, free anytime.
Terrific, thanks.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. And it wasn't in the old days available out in the region, so probably they're just grateful to have it. On page 8 of 9, under asset management, private assets were identified through the... Can you explain that to me?
Yes, thanks for the question, Councillor Taylor. We, in the as-constructed drawings for the pipeline, the Class C pipeline out to Millmerran Power Station, we like to know where all that gear is, but we don't actually own that piece of kit. It's owned by the Millmerran Power Station, and it was recorded in our asset base. Essentially, that gets reported up into the Audit and Risk Committee. There's a process that Finance and Business Services does in accordance with lost and found assets. It's normal business as usual to find things we didn't know about and to find things that we don't want to know about.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Megan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Damien, I too like your snapshot. I had a couple of questions about it. Where, just how to read it, I guess, the landfill and diversion, the percent diverted there. Why is the percentage for all of the waste management facilities greater than either of any of the either the curbside or the stand for greater trans? What does that stand for? That's the O'Mara's Road, anyway, isn't it? What does it stand for? GTWMF?
Yeah, Greater Toowoomba Waste Management Facility. Yep. So the curbside diversion numbers are generally fairly stable. Greater Toowoomba Waste Management Facility fluctuates depending on when we do mulching. We generally mulch every 6 to 8 weeks. In months where mulching is done, our diversion rates are much higher because we calculate it based on tonnages moved off-site. So we have months where it's very low, months where it's very high. So over time, what we would do is more of a 3-month rolling average, which will be much more stable.
Follow up, Mr. Mayor?
That's all? Councillor
follow-up?
Rebecca? Oh, sorry?
Do I have a follow-up, please?
Oh, yes, of course you can.
It was about the contamination rate. So the 10.8%, is that sort of acceptable industry standard or not acceptable, but that's what it mostly is? Or?
That's very common sort of figure that we see in the industry, yes.
And then just one other question about that same snapshot. I was just wondering whether that was available to the public, whether that was on the website, because I just think it's really interesting. It's really fantastic piece of information.
It's not currently, but we can have a look at how to best present information to the public.
Yeah, I think it's terrific. Thank you.
This edition, by virtue of the group report, will be on the webpage. Our material is all publicly available. And we're developing one for the water and the sewage side of the business.
Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Through you, thank you, Damien, and thank you, Matt, for the snapshot. I love a good dashboard. So, along with the idea of making that public, draw your attention to page 2 of 9, the recreational status. And we've got the Kubi Dam is currently closed to recreational activity, and an update on Cresbrook and Perseverance. And my question is, we get, Councillor Summerfield and I get a lot of questions from people in the public wondering why our dams are closed and when they are going to be opened. And I believe that a few questions have also come toward Councillor McMahon and also Councillor O'Shea. And so my question is, can we start publishing information? You know, every however often we do it in the newspaper, we have our little Toowoomba Regional Council information rectangles. And I think that if we could put in there, this is the acceptable level of whatever the bacteria is, as set by Queensland Health or the Department of Fisheries, whoever that overarching body is. We could actually list the figures. People can understand then why they can't access the dams, and I just think that level of transparency would be really helpful for people in our region. It would help them understand our decision-making process, and it would reassure them that it isn't something that we're arbitrarily doing. It's based on guidelines that come from the State Department, and we're fulfilling our obligations to that.
Take that as a comment, Mr Mayor. I don't believe there's a question in it. I'll work with my colleague, General Manager Hauser, and we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, so it was a question that can we start doing that? That would be terrific. The other thing that I want to draw councillors' attention to is we talk about, in one of the pages here, leak at Kubi Dam, and I want to draw councillors' attention to page 3 of 9. We've got the drinking water consumption table. And councillors, if you add up that June water supplied column and that June system losses column, and you divide the system losses by the water supplied, you get an idea of the leakage that's in our system. And the June figures are 15.19%. And that's not unremarkable. We know that those figures are somewhere between 15, 16, 17%. And I wanted to draw councillors' attention to it because there is an accepted degree to which there's always going to be leakage in a system. And these are particularly high numbers though, so it occurs to me that there are countries around the world where those numbers are down around 3%, say, and we're losing 15, 16, 17% of our water through leakage that's delivered. So it's a flag for us, I think, that we know that this is the case, and we are really mindful to doing something about it because there's really terrific technology out there that could improve our efficiencies, and that's something for us to consider, I believe.
Yep, you
You want me to respond?
You can respond.
Councillors, yes, we're aware of that. System losses occurs. It's a matter of, at the moment, we manually meter read. 6 months, every 6 months, we manually walk. So the bill that the customer gets may be 1 day old because it was read yesterday, or it may be 184 days old or 183 days old because it was read 183 days ago. So the data is not great. I came to council with a smart metering business case in early 2018, I believe, with demand side management. And as a result of that, we put in some smart meters in the network, which you can see on page 4, those electromagnetic meters. That is the first start of being able to measure the amount of water that goes into what in Toowoomba's vernacular is pressure zones. They were not able to monitor how much water was going into a pressure zone. They've picked where they're going to put these network meters, and now we're going through proof of concept and about to go out. I've mentioned there in the smart meters update for a tender for the proof of concept to roll out smart meters throughout the network, 60-odd thousand. Start with 1,000 or so, and then we'll go to that in 2021 going forward, the next financial year. Then it enables us to do what's called a mass balance. You actually have real flows. You actually look at the flow of water in the middle of the night. So pretend you're asleep right now, it's 2 a.m. in the morning. I occasionally get up, go to the bathroom, and you can, depending on how frequent you set those meters to record the data, it can be once every 5 minutes, once every 3 minutes, once every 10, 15, 20, you can get those data flows. So once we've got those smart meters in there, we can remotely change those frequencies of readings, and Mr Mayor, I'll be able to tell you precisely when you got up in the night to go to the bathroom.
Righto. Probably not necessary for me to know. You know, you can keep it to yourself if you like. Who was next? Councillor Carl and then Councillor Tim.
Comment, if I may, Mr Chair. On a broader scale, it reiterates, thank you, Councillor Von Hoff, thank you, GM Damien. It reiterates the importance of us being able to prioritise our asset management based on the data that is coming to us from the condition of the network and helps us prioritise accordingly. So it's always good to be reminded of that, and particularly at budget time, around operational works, around capital works, renewal programs. So thank you. We need to have it forefront of our mind.
Yep. Councillor McMahon.
Yeah, thank you, General Manager Platts. Thank you for all the work. My question was similarly to Councillor Von Hoff's earlier, but just wanted to ask regarding that rate of toxin in the water and the number that has to be under. It seems like our best weapon against getting that number to under 0.5 micrograms per litre, I think, is cold weather. Is there anything else we can do proactively to help get that number under control?
Good question, councillors. You can always do something. We do have essentially some mixes in 2 of our dams. We have one in Perseverance and one in Kubi. And they mix the water column to try and help it move around. There's actually a report in here talking about the fluidity in the dams, and the correct word is, the engineers will love it, commutational fluid dynamics, which is all about how the dams actually perform. With water movement, we can try and get that down. We have had those on, it's been in the dams for a very long time. It is unusual to have seen that persist into the cold weather. It is an unusual event. Yes. Is there anything more I could do? Not that I would race out and do now. It is coming off at a later and slower rate than what we would like. Would I do an intervention by dropping some chemical into the dams? It's not my preference at the moment. I'm not seeing something which prompts us to go and take extraordinary action above and beyond what we're doing at the moment.
Follow up, if I may. Thank you for that. I suppose the comment that gets to me regularly is it hasn't been opened very much in the past 2 years, and all these ulterior motives of why we don't want people in there, etc. I know that's invalid, but as long as we're on the same page that we're doing everything we can, I'm happy with that answer. Thank you.
I agree.
Councillor Melissa?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Again, Damien, thank you for the information, and I do love that dashboard. Always love a dashboard. But just following up from Councillor Von Hoff's question, because I find that extraordinary that the leakage is 15, 16, 17%, as opposed to some countries at 3%, and then your follow-on comment about the smart meters. So those smart meters sound amazing, but my question is, do they assist with the stopping of the leakage, as well as monitoring flows, etc.?
A smart meter won't. Some smart meters you can actually remotely lock out. So you could say that you're going on holidays for 3 weeks. Can you please do a soft close on the meter? So I could close off your house for 3 weeks while you're away. So in that instance, where there's a leak behind the meter in the resident's house, a smart residential fleet meter can assist. Does data of itself stop the leak? No. It points to where you've got the highest priorities and where you go and send additional information. So there's other companies that come in and look at your SCADA telemetry, look at your smart meter data, triangulate things and then work out roughly where it is, because you can start compressing these things down so that you get your biggest bang for buck in terms of the response. Targeted response. It's very much like smoke testing, looking for illegal connections into the water network.
So follow up, if I may, then if you can do that with households, how do you identify if there's any leaks along the pipeline as such?
So we know how much we lift. We've got meters on all our pumps at the major dams. We've got inflows coming into Kynoch, so we know what we're losing in the trunk mains. So there are segmented portions of those trunk mains. So it goes up from Perseverance and Crestbrook up to Mount Peachy, where that goes into reservoirs. And then from the reservoirs, it's a gravity feed down into Kynoch. So for the major trunk mains, you can look at what you're putting in and what you're pulling out at the back end. And, sorry, go on.
I was going to say thank you.
Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I just thought that I'd say it because it interested me, and I wonder if it would interest my fellow councillors to answer in part Councillor Taylor's question, that, you know, just as when people are having work done because they don't know where there's some sort of medical problem and they swallow a little tiny camera and it goes and finds where the problem is. There's that sort of technology. And there's places as well where there's packs of sniffer dogs trained to sniff out water leaks, and they go and they sniff around, find where the leak is, whether that's on a main or wherever the case may be. And that's another piece of sort of the answer of how these leaks can be solved.
Councillor, we did have leak checkers walk the entire network last year.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Shine and then Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Do you have any estimate, or council have any estimate, do you have any estimate, or council have any estimate of the number of residences or users of water who would have leaks in their own property as opposed to on the mains, etc.? In other words, how many people would be, probably many are unaware that they...
From our leak checkers, we have that data. I don't have it at hand right now. It was front of mind when we were walking them around, but I don't have it with me right now.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Mr Mayor, just due to the timing of the report, Damien, is there any update on the noise testing for the Wivenhoe pump station? I note that there was a delay in that. I just wondered whether there was any...
It is in there.
Pumping.
We have turned it on. We are pumping. We are working with that affected resident down there, and we are working with the regulator.
The report says consultant report has been delayed due to slow response from suitable suppliers about possible solutions. So just due to the timing of this report, when it's written to now, I just wondered whether there's been an update.
No further updates since this was authored a week and a half ago.
Any other questions? So if we're losing 15% in pipes, what percentage are we losing in evaporation?
Percentage, I don't know. A nice round even number, it's 20 megalitres a day. There's essentially three things you can do about evaporation. You can cover it. You could, there is like a sun lotion that can be put onto a dam. We use that in another entity that I work for. And you can put these floating balls, those kids' playgrounds that you go to, and it's very much like that, with those big swimming tubs of balls. All three of those things have fur on them. We like having the sunlight hit the dam because it helps with the ecosystem. We don't necessarily like covering the dam because if we covered it with, for example, plastic or, for example, solar cells or anything, they can change the way the dam performs and the way the dam oxygenates, and that will change the algal blooms. Again, similarly, these plastic balls which are put on dams, every time you have a flood, a lot of people are decommissioning them now. They went out and bought them and put them in. They're decommissioning them because when you have a flood, it ends up in Moreton Bay, and you've got to go and try and recover them, clean it up. And also the actual balls change the algal bloom underneath. Now, finding the ball didn't turn or anything, it's just static there, and it was growing a particular type of algal underneath it, which was not helpful to the water quality. So 20 megalitres a day, Mr Mayor, I'm not sure what that is as a percentage, but that's about what evaporates from our 3 dams.
Okay. Righto, any other matters? If not, would someone like to move the Water and Waste Services Group report be received, please? Councillor Von Hoff, seconder, please. Councillor McDonald. Those in favour? It is carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Damien. Move then to Infrastructure Services Group. Over to you, Mike.
Good afternoon, councillors. Just highlight a few areas within the report. Obviously, the first one, the innovation, or something new that we're using up north, the Hayden Footpath project, when opportunities allow in sort of greenfield sites, and the footpath is sort of a relatively narrow one. It's as concrete paving machine option is one that we'll probably look at a little bit more often. As I said, sort of probably more greenfield sites and where there's a bit of room. It's a fairly large machine, so need to take a few things into account when we look at options like that. Moving forward, top of the second page, or second dot point on the next page, I just wanted to highlight the number of customer requests our Transport and Drainage Planning team received in the last 12 months. It's a 10% increase on the previous financial year, and in the last 6 or 7 years it's more than probably doubled the number of requests that come through. A couple of other interesting statistics in the council is the cost, and as you can see in the last one, just on doing customer inquiries, over 2,600 of them, 14,000 man hours, equates to just over $840,000. So it takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, and as you can see, each customer inquiry can take, the average is there at 5.5 hours of a person's time. But that just gives you an idea of the level and effort that our road ops team does on an annual basis. They've always got requests in motion, and they try to keep that down to, well, less than 10% of what we get on an annual basis. So at the moment, they've got that down to about 356 in motion, which is an excellent effort. But it's one of those jobs that sometimes you don't see the light at the end of the tunnel. It's a pretty tough job because there's another 100 or another 150 coming in every week, and they've got to keep making the effort to keep chewing away. But they do a great job, and as you can imagine, some of those inquiries can be quite simple. Anything from somebody wanting to paint their awning on Margaret Street through to, say, a couple of current ones, the Coles development out of Glenvale, which becomes very complex, and working very closely with our friends in planning and development to minimise and mitigate the issues that people have out on the road network. A couple other points, obviously from construction and maintenance perspective. There's numerous projects that were being finished off from the last financial year, and such as Wairima Cambodia Road, Perth Coho Street, a few of those sorts of projects through the area, Bowmanville Muller Road, and a couple of other projects. Another one for TMR, the Highfields Toowoomba Bikeway project. We achieved practical completion in June, and on to the second part of that, stage 1B, working for them up there presently. Another interesting fact on page 4 or 6, our asphalt overlay program. Those sorts of programs go fairly quiet in the background. As you can see, the photo of works at night. Again, most of the asphalt work we do, or a lot of the asphalt work around the city, is completed as night works. And we currently, Boral has the contract, and they've been using their RAP, reclaimed asphalt pavement. So Boral put in a new plant probably about 2 years ago now, and does allow for the use of RAP. It was the first plant in this area to have that ability to be incorporated into their mixed designs. So we've started to use that. At the moment, it's really just environmental. The price is still roughly the same. But as time goes on, we'll work closely with contractors like Boral if the opportunity is there to mitigate the cost to us, but also achieve environmental benefits of the reuse of asphalt products. Similarly, that probably covers off most of the things, councillors. Other than this month with Fleet and Logistics, there was a really good opportunity that happened through the COVID, well, the worst of the COVID period, but hopefully, fingers crossed, it doesn't come back this way. But working with Black Trucks and Tough as their subcontractor, locally, that timing of that work was very positive. The people from Tough indicated it probably allowed them to keep on 6 staff through that period, and that tough period back through March, April, May and June. So they were very, very appreciative of council having that local bi-focus. I'll finish there, through you, Mr Mayor. Any questions?
Any questions? Councillor Taylor?
Mr Mayor, and just to add to that with the Tough Trucks, I mean, each truck was individually, or not, I think there were 5 or 6 of them the same, but there were 2 or 3 that were actually tailored, particularly to environment and communities use for, you know, gun case and all that as well. So not only did we get good local buy there and kept a local business going, we actually got better product for what we actually needed, better tailored for what we needed, and we'll have local service for those. So I think that's a really good outcome for everyone. But I just wanted to ask Mike, with the RAP, do we chew that up? I mean, it's really been good, and I'm sure other councillors will agree with me, travelling on some of the roads that have just been newly surfaced with asphalt. Drayton Road is one of those, and it's so smooth and lovely. But do we chew that up and use it as a base, or
No, it actually, they haven't been using our material as yet, our specific material, but it actually goes into the mix in the actual, and gets reheated.
So we take it to them, and they...
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Megan?
Oh, thank you, Mr Mayor. My question was the same, Mike, about the reclaimed asphalt. So can you just explain a little bit? I don't know anything about it. Explain what it is and...
So when we go to do an asphalt overlay program, that's renewing the asphalt that's already there, so on the road. So they come through with the profiler and they'll take off maybe 10 to 25 millimetres of material, depending on exactly the location, and then that material can be reused. It can be taken back, the stone and the bitumen and the whole stuff can be reused. it goes back into the mix. So when you make asphalt, it's a mixture of stone and sand and cement and bitumen, and so they can bring that into that mix in an appropriate proportion. In Brisbane, we, go back to my time when I was looking after asphalts down there, amongst other things, that was common practice, and because you do need to have the manufacturing process there to support it. Boral have only put in a new plant roughly 2 years ago, I think it was, Mr Mayor. We went out to the opening, and they've incorporated the ability to do RAP as part of that plant. So over time, pending tonnages and different things, there could be an opportunity for both cost savings, but there's the obvious environmental benefits from reusing what we've already got down.
If I could just follow up, Mr Mayor. So this is the first time we've actually used that.
A mix with RAP in it. It's been one of those things that we've discussed within the team for the last couple of years since Boral's had the plant, and it's been pending new contracts and those sorts of things to encourage the use of those sort of materials.
Councillor James.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Mike. It might be a question on notice. I just had a query recently from a constituent. It's around parking and parking head meters and the use of coins and etc. at the moment with COVID. Have we or would we consider looking at cashless options for those? And the reason I raise it is obviously just around COVID awareness, etc. But in the earlier report, through one of our earlier reports, I think it was through the Finance and Business Strategy Committee, we waived credit card fees with one of the key reasons around it is promoting that cashless use. That has come up a few times. I don't know, some of our machines take cards and some coins, but is that something that would be considered or could be looked at or consideration?
The only way I'd see being able to go cashless would be to say that you're not going to charge for coin, because we've got some that are just coin operated, obviously, and we've got a program, as you're aware, that we're replacing those over a period of time. But, then we've got machines where you've got the choice of both. So, it's a bit difficult to sort of split it all up. It becomes pretty complex and probably pretty difficult for our teams to sort of manage. So at this stage, I mean, people aren't with the coins. Normally, coin machines that are coin only, you're only putting the money in, so it's coming out of your own pocket. So it's probably not too different to swiping your own credit card.
I take that on. I take your point with it, but I think, as I said, it's sort of contrary to one of the reasons why we waived like a credit card surcharge to promote use of sort of cards and stuff like that. So I don't know if it's just on as I said, I just asked it on a COVID safe thing. It was something that was raised, and I thought you had some, I don't know, merit or something around it, I guess, just with this world the way it is at the moment.
Mayor, can I make a comment? That just keep in mind that some of our elderly people don't have credit cards and they actually like to use cash. So, I think, that's probably the objective, but we need probably to be mindful that
Yep.
they probably wouldn't be able to park then.
We'll have a big talk about parking one day in the not too distant future about how we could possibly incentivise something in once we get this walkway through to Annan Street. Love to be able to encourage someone to invest, but it's going to be a long call. Councillor Shine.
Thank you. I take it that you would receive numerous requests for footpaths to be constructed. I was just wondering what criteria you use in determining who gets a footpath and who doesn't. I know where I live in Newtown, there's a common paths on both sides of the street, one side of the street or none at all, even in an old suburb like that. So just wondering what criteria you do use.
Yeah, it's a fair bit of work's gone into that particularly over recent years, into trying to prioritise footpaths locations across the region. as it stands now, I know the listing of requests is well over 400. We've got a prioritisation model which I can take on note and sort of circulate to council. But as you said, there's a lot of historical nature to where footpaths have gone in the past and different reasoning. Obviously, a fair bit of work went in with planning and development teams some years ago, probably 3 to 5 years ago, where we looked at the location of pathways in vicinity of different community sort of facilities, parks and stuff like that, to try to draw people into, or give people those a reasonable opportunity to get to those locations. And obviously we've got the Regional Active Transport and Public Transport Advisory Committee. We use a few different elements, but I'm happy to share some further information.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald, you're right.
No, well, I'll make comment. Thank you, through you, Mr Chair, through to GM Mike. Just in regard to fleet, I was trying to recall what if there is an operational target for scheduled planned works, non-scheduled planned works, it seemed to be around that 80%.
That's correct.
It's an extraordinary number of tasks, 10,546 tasks. It's an extraordinary amount, and to fit in with those parameters, I guess, is a good result if that is the target, 80%.
Yes, the target's 80%, and just note that's sort of everything from whippersnippers through to graders and bulldozers, so to speak. Yep.
Any more questions? I've mentioned to both Councillors Taylors and Carol and Melissa, as well as to Mike Brady, a presentation that was supposed to happen at ComSec recently. I had heard about it earlier, and it's about technology on garbage trucks where they, in fact, identify road failures or road problems, and immediately it's reported. My view is, and I'm trying to contact Moreton Bay Council, who are quite advanced with that, my view is that we ought to get someone to come up and give us a presentation. The last presentation I was in at ComSec, I don't know, it just failed to happen. So I'll do what I can to get them up here. I think it's, it's clearly the use of technology. I think it's well worthwhile having.
Yeah, we're in the process of organising that, Mr Mayor.
Are you?
Yeah, we'd have from what you mentioned a week or so ago.
Righto, that's good. Well, I've been trying from the other end as well, so.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Anything else? What would someone like to move? Proceed to that? Councillor Melissa and Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Right.
Thank you, councillors.
Thank you very much. Nick, you're on. Got anything to show us this week, this month, or you got any?
What would you like to see?
Your presentation? No, don't go too deeply into it. But I just normally you have a prize that you've won or something. Like that?
No, nothing like that today, unfortunately, Mr Mayor. But thank you. Thanks for the introduction, and good afternoon, councillors. Lots of activity in the Environment Community Services Group again, as always, and right across council. But I'd just like to highlight to you that our Visitor Information Centres reopened during the month following closure through COVID, and follows the lead of some of our other facilities like libraries and so on, and pools and fitness centres are starting to reopen, so that's good to see. I wanted to highlight, and I think Councillor Tim did last week, the second edition of the Walks and Trails of Toowoomba Region booklet, which has been completed and is available for people to download online. It's also available in our information centres and from customer service centres. It includes 78 trails and over 19 kilometres of newly mapped trails as well, so it's proving to be really popular. Great little publication and a good way to find your way around the many tracks and trails of our region. Parks and Recreation Services, a couple of significant projects that are underway in the last month, being the Tobruk Memorial Drive Lookout, and also the Margaret Street Playground works commenced at Queen's Park, so I thought they were worth highlighting. And our principal depot at Charlton, more than 50% of our staff that are relocating there have now transitioned, quite successfully I might add, and the rest are due to transition there by September. So work's complete and we've got occupation of the site and things are working very well for the time being. Happy to take any questions,
Any
Mr Mayor.
questions? Councillor Began?
Mr Mayor, Nick, we had a session last week or whenever about biosecurity, and there was a question asked about the glycophosphates, and I'd like to know whether there is any consideration by this council to maybe ban using them in popular areas, or because I note that I think it's Yarra City and the Douglas Shire have both moved to other methods, steaming, flaming, whatever. So I'd like a comment on that, and maybe I'd like to have a little bit more information as a council about what our options are there.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the question. I was away during that session, so I'm not sure what how that came up at the time, but the last time I looked at that was a little while ago, and all the evidence that has been provided by the health profession and others at the moment is that glyphosate's safe for use as long as it's used in accordance with the label instructions. And so that's the position that we've taken. Of course, we're always on the lookout for other ways of doing things. At the moment, most of the steaming technology and those other methods are not particularly economical for us to undertake. So whilst we continue to watch the marketplace for new products that might help us in that area, we haven't been able to identify anything that's suitable on such a large scale that we use. But I'm happy to come back to council with some more advice around that if you like.
I would really appreciate that. And, as I said, whether we move to like some of these other councils, whether it's not used in the, the popular areas or whatever, but yeah, I would really appreciate some more information, another session on that.
Happy to do that, and I can probably quite quickly, I know that in the past I've circulated quite a lot of information to councillors about that, so I could find that information and recirculate. And we can revisit what others are doing. We've done that before.
Other questions? How are we going with hazard reduction?
It's been a little bit wet, so it's slowed us down from undertaking any of the prescribed burns that we've had planned for now. We will reassess again at the end of this month. We're hopeful that we can get those things done early in August, but again, it'll be dependent on the weather, unfortunately.
Rain Saturday, Sunday. James, Councillor James.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just to comment, if I may, just very quickly, a couple of things I think just worth noting for the large gallery, etc., is the council's grants close at the end of this month. I think that's really important, and we know obviously just post or during COVID, etc., obviously the support there, but they close at the end of this month. And also the other one around Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers as well is obviously we called on all of the flavour makers, restaurants, whatever, around the region to come up with a special, a $20 special for Carnival Flowers period of time around September, so the hashtag TREats. So I just think it's a really good opportunity to highlight those two particular items, and it'd be great to get as much support behind those in those different fields as we count down to that big event. That's all.
Okay.
Just a comment, if I may.
Comment?
Doesn't need a response.
There's probably nothing more to add. Thanks, Councillor James, for the promotion. They're really proven to be popular, our grants in the past. So, yep, they're open, and we will look forward to receiving lots of applications, helping as many people as we can.
Councillor James has been doing a bit of work around the potential there is to bring some national rugby leagues or AFL teams here. Appreciate that. Don't know if we've gone anywhere. You might like to comment on that.
Oh, thanks, Mayor. I probably more so, it might be one for Nick, might be able to expand or add on this. Obviously, there's been some great coverage, of course, through local media, through yourself, through Deputy Mayor McDonald, just talking about the possibility of if AFL, NRL, if they're looking for a home in Queensland, that, of course, following all COVID and health and requirements, etc., to keep our community safe, that we are... possibilities there. Local AFL sort of reached out to me last week to talk, said, how about it? So is it a possibility for us to put our hat in the ring? So I suppose I'd ask a general question to General Manager Hauser. If that were to be a possibility, is it something, that council could accommodate?
In principle, yes. I guess we'd need to see the details, and I'd welcome it with open arms myself, being the sport buff that I am. It'd be great to see the ladder leading Panthers relocate here if they had to. But I guess we need to keep in mind, I guess we need to keep in mind what impact that might have on local sport. I'm sure we could make it work, but we would need to work closely with any local sporting groups if they were to be impacted in any way. But we've got some great facilities. Highfield Sports Park's the first one that comes to mind, with lots of change rooms and supporting infrastructure there that I'm sure could accommodate that if it came to that. But I don't know that any of the sports have arrived at that decision yet to relocate their bubbles, so to speak.
So I'll just close off on that. I think, Mayor, as I spoke to you, I think it's just a great advertisement of what we have as a region, and the fact that we can sit here and say, if it were to work out in principle, that we could have something like that here. So like the Olympics bid, like things like that, it's just an opportunity where we say that our region has the capability to host a team like this. And I think that's a huge feather in our cap, whether we get one or we don't. And as I said, I think Councillor McDonald had some great words recently in the press just around the history and et cetera of that. But it's just, again, as I said, I just think it's a wonderful feather in our cap to be able to say we are capable of doing this. I think there's a lot to be gained just out of that, regardless of the outcome.
The infrastructure certainly exists, and the community support services that would be required as well.
And they probably need a bit more sophistication. We talked about places like Highfields, which have got brilliant facilities, and the message I got was probably the sheds and that weren't quite up to what the high-level teams would want. Yeah. Anything else? Councillor Tim.
Thank you, Chair. To General Manager Hauser, several questions. The first was exactly along those lines. Thanks for the support, but on a kind of a less fun approach. I notice under the Conservation and Pest Management, there's been some work done around Harissa cactus and Mother of Millions. I had a few calls lately regarding prickly pear making a comeback in the northern parts of the region. Just wondering if we're having any targeting programs on them at present or in the near future.
I think prickly pear is one that doesn't go away, so it's ongoing program for us in that regard, and making sure that we're doing all we can to control any outbreaks on road reserves, and also working with landholders to develop plans to manage any outbreaks on their land. So yes, I'm aware of a number of inquiries coming through. The team will follow up with all of those inquiries that we've received, work with landholders and look at what we can do to deal with any outbreaks that might be on our road reserves or other council land.
I think the thing that generally presents as prickly pear to most people is actually tree pear. The prickly pear in our area has still got active Cactoblastis, doesn't go very far, but tree pear is a real problem, and particularly if you drive out into the Gundawindi Regional Council area, they've got plenty of it. We've got, in our area, we've got plenty on the roads and some areas where it's really bad on properties, really bad indeed, and it spreads very quickly. So I'd imagine it's tree pear is the official name of the plant that people are complaining about. Councillor Taylor?
And that's exactly right, but it's all over the Shire, then you go out, we've just been on our recent road trips, and in some areas it's just like actual saplings everywhere. And the Cactoblastis will, if they're active, will knock it back a bit, but they won't kill it. But they do keep the prickly pear under control. Yeah. But tree pear is a huge problem, and in some areas of our Shire, not just to the north, we've seen some of it that's really, really bad.
I think cochineal is the one that does impact on the younger tree pear. But anyhow, it's a problem, as is Harissa cactus, as is Mother of Millions, as is African boxthorn. We did a good job of bringing some of this stuff into this country. It hasn't done much good.
Just to comment on that, Mr Mayor, the Harissa cactus around areas of the Gundawindi Regional Council area is very bad, and I would hate it to see it get that bad here.
Yep. Okay, Councillor Shine.
Just on that, do you have a priority to deal with mother of millions, for example, which is injurious to cattle, as opposed to prickly pear, which probably isn't, in terms of their survivability?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Shine. It's a good one. I guess, you know, we're not resourced to eradicate every noxious weed that evolves. So yes, we do target and prioritise those that are going to have the best effect and, you know, are the most noxious and so on and so forth. So whilst we try and do as much as we can, it's a big challenge and we need the community to come with us. We are currently going through the update of our biosecurity plan, as councillors know, so consultation's closed and that'll come to you for adoption shortly. And, you know, we continue to work with the community as best we can, but we do need to prioritise those resources to where they have best effect.
Okay, any further questions?
Sorry, Mr Chair, I had a follow-up question. Just, Nick, great to be out in Hayden this week. Lovely little town there, and I noticed a feral pig control program undertaken out there and to the north and the east up to Kooya. Just wondering how that went.
I don't know. I'll have to find out for you. Thanks for that.
I noticed. No worries.
So much activity that happens across the group. I'm not across the minutiae of all of it, but I'm happy to report that we're working hard there, but I'll find out for you how many little piggies got sent home.
I didn't mean to stump you. Thanks very much.
Any consideration being given to the, I mentioned dingoes here previously, and the impact of those right across the region, and just wondering if any consideration has been given to potential bounty increase or something of that nature, because many of the people are not bothering too much about killing the dingoes, the guys that would be professional trappers, because it's not worth the trouble. They don't get enough for it. And I think one of the neighbouring shires has reduced the fee they're prepared to pay as well, so, and that might be Gundawindi, I'm not sure, but there are massive problems with dingoes, particularly on the escarpment, right around, particularly anywhere there's Crown land. They're breeding up pretty well in Crown land. And anyhow, just wondering if any consideration's been given to that.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I think that it need to be for the consideration of council, the bounty set through our fees and charges each year, so that's set. I think it needs to take, any management of wild dogs needs a multi-pronged approach. It's not just a single aspect, as you'd appreciate. So happy to circulate some information to councillors around that. We've done some work on that previously, and I could circulate that to you, and if there's a wanton desire for us to discuss it in more detail, I'd be happy to follow that through for you.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you very much. I support that, and as being one who was former mayor of an area that we had a particular thing and it's now down, I do support the Mayor's comment, and I'd like to mention that Central Highlands, the dingoes are getting bad, not just here, but in Central Highlands they've just raised their bounty to $75 per scalp. So, and with all those things taken into account, the fact that the professional trappers, it's not worth their while to bring them in, and I think that council needs to have a balanced view and a balanced look at all that, so I'd be very pleased for that to come to us. Thank you.
Anything else? Any other questions? Someone like to move the receipt of that report then, please? Councillor James has moved. Got you this time, James. Second to Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Thank you. We move then to Finance and General Manager Anne-Marie Johnson.
Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors. And there's a couple of highlights from the Finance and Business Strategy Group, our innovations for the month. And we had a CEO roadshow during the period, and due to COVID restrictions, that event was held remotely, and our stakeholder engagement and communication team trialled Slido, and it was an extremely successful result. Information Communication Technology Branch, working with Financial Services Branch, have introduced Intramap GIS data validation tools. So how this system works, it's a mapping that sits across our rateable property categories. So we can make sure that we haven't got something like Toowoomba Residential located in Millmerran, so that sort of thing. So that's working very effectively. I'm just going through the individual branch reports. At the 30th of June, we had 129,613 followers across our 14 social media channels. Moving on to the ICT report and cyber security. So I think most of us are aware of the implications of cyber security at this time, and particularly with so many of our staff working from home, we have identified a heightened risk there for council. So the ICT team have been working very hard there to ensure the integrity of our systems and our data. And moving over to the PUD team, and they're managing the inductions for the principal depot. As Nick mentioned, we've got a lot of staff have relocated. So at this point in time, we've had 410 staff and 12 contractors have been through the induction program, including our executive leadership team. Customer service branch, again, they've been working during the period towards returning to normal operations, with at this point in time Toowoomba, Crow's Nest, Pittsworth, Gumbanji and Millmerran now open for business. Also continuing to encourage cashless payments wherever possible. So we still do have quite a few ratepayers who will come in with their cash to pay their rates, but we are working to make it as easy as possible. A little bit more, moving on to page 4, so a little bit more there on the principal depot. As you can see, we have our stores team and our procurement team have relocated to the depot, and we've got a new member of the team there, our GoGo Mobile. So it's a welcome addition to the team, making life easy to get around that area. Just an update on page 5 on our local suppliers. As you would be aware, Council have been working very closely to engage our local suppliers wherever possible. A lot of transactions in June, you would be aware of the heightened transactions we had there, and that has resulted in 59% June, 57% year to date. So we had set ourselves a target of 60, and we're still working towards achieving that target. And just with the SIB team, even through the COVID and social distancing, working from home, we have progressed the Technology One CI Anywhere solution for asset lifecycle management, and that's at the user acceptance testing stage at the moment.
Questions? Councillor Shine.
Thank you, Mayor. You mentioned Slido and how it's been more successful than your usual way of conducting the roadshow. Is it the intention to use it irrespective of the conclusion of COVID because of its success?
And we are certainly looking at that. We don't have a licence, we just trialled it at the moment, so we're looking at implementing it.
Do you have any statistics on?
Sorry, statistics, yes. We had over 700 employees joined the session. So the executive leadership team is located in this room, and so 700 from across the region was a great turnout. We had I think it was 147 questions, but a total of over 2,000 actual engagements. That's staff asking questions, liking questions that other staff members had asked. So that's a really significant engagement compared with the face-to-face. So we're very, very happy with that. And we're going through the process now. We answered many questions on the day, but we are now going through the process of providing written responses to make sure every single question that was asked is being addressed by the leadership team.
Any further questions? Councillor Donald.
Thank you. I'm pleased to see that the GoGo Mobile is in action out at the depot. It's a magnificent sight. And I just wondered, I guess, when COVID is lifted even further, perhaps there's an opportunity for industry or the general public to go and have a look at that. That might be a question more so for GM Nick, but that's more of a comment, I guess, unless you have an answer for that, Marie.
It is a work site, and I'm happy to hand over to Nick if Nick wants to provide any additional information. It is not a site that is generally open to the public. So even our own staff, when they attend the site, it's in high-vis gear, steel cap boots, and sticking to the pathway. So we have quite strict rules around visiting the site. It's not open to the public. It's a workshop. Yes, Nick.
Any further questions?
It looks like General Manager Nick might be adding further to that. I do have another question. Comment, maybe.
The question was, Councillor McDonald, are we going to have an open day for community at the depot?
Industry, perhaps, in the sectors,
So we were planning to do something like that. Unfortunately, when COVID came along, we had to abandon those plans, and now that we are occupying the site, and as Anne-Marie said, it's a working site. There's so many moving pieces and safety considerations there. The current thinking is it's probably a bit difficult to have it as an open site. We are wanting to do a more formal launch and opening though there, and have a media event and small morning tea to celebrate that we got there, that it's open, and promote that fact. If there's a desire to have industry groups through or something like that, I guess we could arrange small group tours or something. It might be the best way I'd suggest to approach that.
I just think it's best practice, and be surprised if you don't get approached by other local governments to actually come and have a look at that site, just the way it's put together. So it's yeah, I mean, it's something that the community has paid for.
Yep.
And be nice even if there was a visual perhaps on our website that showed a video of things of what there is. Maybe that's the compromise.
It'd be good.
Promoting the investment that is made in this community.
And I think we could achieve that quite easily, and we would welcome with open arms any other local governments or any local business that's thinking about redeveloping and want to have a look at what we've done as a best case example. We'd welcome that with open arms and could accommodate those small group inspections without any trouble.
Perfect, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Further question?
Well, it's probably more of a comment, councillors, and I bang on about this, but it's worthy doing that again. Since as we are at the end of the last financial year, the last report around local supplier spend, and to achieve 59%, is just shy of the 60% target. If you look at the actual quantum of dollars, $18.7 million, and it's the highest amount that we've spent since, forever. The highest amount forever. So if we go to 2012, 24% was local spend, which was $56 million. And now we move forward 8 years to 2020, 57% in the total of the year, $180.74, I think it's $4 million. So let's say $180.7 million, some 320% increase in local spend. So if you just look at a standard economist view of this, and they vary from 7 times to 1.2 times, even if you said twice, $360 million in the last financial year into our economy as a local multiplier effect is certainly what benefits this community. So I just wanted to highlight that any further. We may not have hit 60% in June, but we actually had the highest spend ever for this council, 18.7 million.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Shine.
Thanks, Mayor. You might be able to help me, Anne-Marie. In the second last dot point, I've got a sentence there. Asset life cycle management has progressed into user acceptance testing with key stakeholders. For a person born in the decade in which I was born, that's a little bit technical for me. Could you perhaps give us a practical example of what UAT is?
Yeah, and thanks, Councillor Shine. So with every new module that we implement through this CI Anywhere environment, and certainly when we implemented Technology One first, we give it to the users, the end users, to see basically if they can break it. So the end users will work in a test environment with the proposed solution, and they will carry out every transaction possibly over that module. So they'll enter transactions, they reverse transactions, delete transactions, and make sure all our financial delegations are working. So if there's that they can't access an environment that they shouldn't. For this particular one, for asset life cycle management, it would be adding new assets, disposing assets, and again, making sure the delegations are set accurately so they can't do what they shouldn't be doing, or they can do what they should be doing. So it's a test to try and break it, and there's a lot of documentation is maintained around that test, around that testing to ensure the integrity of the system in a test environment before we move it into a live environment.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Not, would someone like to move that the Finance and Business Strategy Group report be received, please? Councillor McDonald. Seconder, please. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Those in favour? That's carried. Thank you very much, Anne-Marie. Move then to item 11, which is proposed motions to the LGAQ 2020 Annual Conference for discussion. Who's going to present that? We got Grant Wilson down here as...
Grant Wilson's on leave at the moment. I can do this one.
Yep.
If you wish. Councillors, there's been, I think, 3 that have been submitted, motions, for your consideration. If you just want to go through each one of those individually to see whether you're happy with those to go forward, or if you need to edit those in any way, just suggest we work our way through each one. So the first one's up on there at the moment, relating to bank fees. The request for the motion is that the LGAQ lobby the banks to request that the credit card surcharge be waived. So basically saying to encourage in this period of COVID-19 less contact by using cards rather than cash, and asking that LGAQ lobby the banks to actually waive that charge so that it encourages people to actually use credit cards instead of cash.
Okay, any comments in relation to that? It's a pretty basic thing, and
Yeah, and staff will
throw those things out there occasionally. They might swallow it, they may not. Well, the conference will certainly do it.
Well, Mr Mayor, if I could just say, I think that in the present climate with the COVID, I think, you know, even if it were only on a temporary basis, I think it's certainly worth, we've certainly got enough oomph behind it to request that.
Okay, any other comments?
I'm happy to listen to that. Are we treating them separate motions?
Yes, separate.
Yeah.
Separate motions, or one motion for the 3 items?
I think you just do the one motion and include the ones that you wanted to have within that motion.
Good. I'm comfortable with that first one. So
Righto, let's move to the second one.
Councillor Vonhoff, I think, put that one up. You'd like to talk to that one?
I put the last one in this one just because it was a summary of the conversations that we'd had around the chamber.
Yes, we've discussed both of those.
LGAQ lobby stewardship, greater consideration given to how...
And I think probably, if I might make a comment here, that we'd discuss that the fact that this is bigger than councils or even in state government, and it would need, if we're going to address these anomalies to make recycling easier for our community, that it needs to come somehow in some type of federal government legislation.
Yeah, that was fairly logical. That day we brought that matter up, and some things are recyclable, others aren't, and maybe there's a need for control back at the production phase.
Yeah, that second one that we're looking at there, that came about after Matt Torr was talking during the waste. Pringles.
Right.
Actually, I threw a bag into the general waste bin today because I didn't have time to cut the handles off it. So there you go. So if I do it, the general public will do it too. So it's got to be easy for them to do that.
Okay, any disagreement with that second motion? Right, we'll move to the next one.
strongly support this, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, that would make life a bit easier for a few people, wouldn't it?
Well, you know, accountants are running local government, and that's great in most ways. This because you know, we got a road, narrow strip of bitumen like Bowenville Moolah out there. Widening it, it's all regarded as capital instead of just part of it.
Any problems with that particular motion? Okay. We've reached, if you're happy to move, that goes to local government, and Rebecca, Councillor Von Hoff has seconded that. Those in favour? It's carried. Move then to item 12. Matters of which notice has been given. Well, I sort of exercised my right there before, but that doesn't mean to say somebody can't bring something else up right now as we move into general business. Any matters you want to bring forward by resolution to include in the agenda? If not, it's time to close the meeting to the public, and we'll deal with the appointment of independent audit and risk committee members. Would someone like to move that the meeting be closed in accordance with section 275 of the Local Government Act? Local Government Regulation 2012 to consider the following item on the agenda, which is the appointment of... Someone like to move along those lines? Councillor Shine and Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? It's carried. John coming down. seek a motion. Councillor Cole?
As per the officer's recommendations.
Need to put in some names.
You've moved the recommendation. Do we?
We need to include names if that's the case.
Yep.
And he's got up there now.
We need 4 names, is that right?
That's right, plus the chair. Yeah.
Just need a person on the second recommendation.
Council appoint 4 independent members to the Audit Risk Committee. The names are in front of you. That's the motion we'll be talking on.
And notes. That's it.
And note, would you just spell that out, Brian, please?
You have to nominate a person who has substantial experience and skills in financial matters, so it would be, I would think it would be any of the top 3 there you could put into that list.
Lynch should be the one.
You could put in Eamon Lynch if you wish, or Vivek.
Sorry, can I ask you what you said, through you, Mr Mayor, what the CEO said?
Sorry, Councillor Taylor.
I didn't hear what the CEO said, Mr Mayor.
Righto. Would you repeat that, please, Brian?
It's happening and I didn't hear what he said.
If you see the second part of that first recommendation, on that, every Audit and Risk Committee has to have somebody who has high level and significant experience in financial matters. So they ask that you nominate who that person is to make sure that there is always on an Audit and Risk Committee somebody that's got those substantial skills. Now we have, of those people in those names there, there's 3 of them that I would think that have very high financial skills and experience. So it's a matter of council choosing one of those top 3 there.
So we only mentioned Eamon Lynch's name, no one else's?
That's in that
Yeah.
section of the motion.
Yeah, just in that section, that motion.
Why you even need it, to be honest. All four have financial.
Yeah, well, that's what's puzzling me.
Do you need that sentence?
But I thought, I actually, point of order, because I actually thought that's why they're all here, while they've been chosen.
Exactly.
So I don't know why, we've been sitting here having this conversation about diversity and everything else, and we've been told that these are the people that have got the skills that are needed on this board, and then we're choosing one out of those 4.
Mr Mayor.
Interesting.
Yeah, I find that, is that necessary to put that one in there?
That's what we've always done.
I'll just have
Can I just
review the report.
Mayor, under the executive summary of this report, section 210 of the local government says that we must include 1 member who has significant experience and skills in financial matters. We just have to do 1, as mentioned in the report, to satisfy the Local Government Act.
There'd be no reason why you couldn't note the 4 of them, do they?
Of course there isn't.
Can I ask a question? Does that mean that we have to choose one with those, or does it mean we have to identify one?
Just as the mover of the motion, that we name the 4 of them and vote.
All of the,
Well, that's my point.
all of the above.
I said all of the above, yeah. That's
All of the above.
Yep.
Are identified.
Are identified.
CH.
Having significant experience and skills in financial matters. Right, the motion's before you. Do you wish to continue to debate, or would you wish to put the motion? If not, I will put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Motion is carried. That's the end of the meeting. I will close the meeting.